This lecture is titled, The World's Oldest Myth, Gilgamesh.
I'd like to tell you the oldest story in the world, the story of Gilgamesh, an ancient Babylonian epic. Gilgamesh is the leader of Uruk, a Sumerian city located generally in present-day Iraq. At the time, Uruk was the New York City of ancient Mesopotamia, structurally built up, bustling and active. It would have had all the positive and the negative associations of a large metropolitan city. The poem begins, "The man who saw everything to the ends of the earth, who experienced everything, considered everything. He saw what was hidden. He revealed what was unrevealed. He brought back a story of times before the great flood. He traveled on a long journey. He became weary and he rested. Everything that he did, he engraved on a monument made of stone." Before the action even begins, we get a sense that this story will be told on a grand scale. Gilgamesh, our hero, is larger than life, and as the story opens, he's a virtual dictator in Uruk. Gilgamesh is described as a half-man, half-god, egomaniacal ruler. He's become drunk with power, taking advantage of men and women however he sees fit. In particular, he's famous for claiming first night rights, having sex with virgins on the evening of their wedding before they even sleep with their husbands. In this series of lectures, we'll be looking at mythologies from ancient Mesopotamia, the Middle East, and South Asia. The cultures based in these regions are generally less familiar to Westerners than Greek and Roman myth, but I actually find them more intriguing. I think you'll find that understandings of the nature of the divine are different in these myth traditions than in the West. There's more fluidity between what we might think of as normal experience and the transcendent or the divine world. Also, the sense of relationship to nature in general and to the land in particular is distinctive. We'll see that these myths spend lots of time thinking about the landscape and journeying from one location to another. Also, there's a lot of tension surrounding the relationship between wilderness and so-called civilization. Who's civilized? Who's wild? How do they relate to one another? Finally, there's a lot of emphasis on social roles, including roles determined by gender and roles determined by power, like kings and warriors. It's lots of fun, and Gilgamesh gives us a great introduction to this body of Mesopotamian, Middle Eastern, and South Asian mythology. Back to Gilgamesh. Before we go on with the story any further, we should note that this story is not entirely fictional. As with many myths that we will encounter, key elements of this story seem to be grounded in history. The city of Uruk, the opening site for the epic, was a key city in the ancient Near East, on the edge of the Euphrates River in present-day Iraq. At its height, Uruk probably had 50,000 to 80,000 residents living inside its walls, making it the largest city in the world at the time. In addition, the protagonist Gilgamesh is not an entirely fictional character. We know from ancient records that a king named Gilgamesh ruled Uruk in the 27th century BCE. Now, it's probably best to understand the character of Gilgamesh in the epic as a kind of caricature of a powerful king, a stock narrative character, rather than as an actual historical figure. We have no way of knowing what the historical king was really like. Finally, the story refers to multiple gods, reflecting the fact that the ancient Mesopotamians were polytheists. Mesopotamian mythology assumed that the gods interacted with humans on a daily basis, so they appear throughout the stories. The gods have supernatural powers, but they also exhibit some very human personality idiosyncrasies and flaws, leading to clashes with mortal men and women. On a practical level, the different gods were responsible for different natural phenomena, as well as for the vicissitudes of life. So people made specific appeals to their deities with prayers and sacrifices on a regular basis. Mythology captured this understanding of the gods, and it presented stories demonstrating how the gods would and would not cooperate with human beings. It might be a good idea to stop here for a moment and talk about this word mythology. Now, some scholars draw sharp distinctions between myths, legends, religious narratives, folk tales, and other story forms. But there are several problems with making these sharp distinctions. First, scholars simply don't agree on what makes a myth different from a legend or from a religious narrative. For example, some scholars try very hard to separate myth from religion, while others find it impossible to disentangle the two. One of the classic definitions of myth by folklorist William Bascom defines myths as tales believed as true, usually sacred, set in the distant past or other worlds or parts of the world, and with extra-human, inhuman, or heroic characters. This is a pretty broad definition, and it easily overlaps with other common story forms. The other problem with distinguishing myths sharply from other story forms is that, in my experience, the stories themselves don't fall neatly into sharp categories. This is particularly true of narratives outside of Greek, Roman, and European mythology. Non-Western cultures have often created and categorized their story traditions differently from story traditions found in the West. As we move forward in this series, I'm going to ask you to keep a broad understanding of mythology in mind. My approach to myth is less focused on its contents and more tied to a story's significance. For the purpose of our discussions in this lecture series, think of a myth as a meaning-making story. It has significance beyond itself, providing a foundation or an interpretive lens for its listeners that helps them make sense of their own lives within their perceived cosmic and cultural contexts. As the story of Gilgamesh continues, the people of Uruk reach their limit in dealing with Gilgamesh's dominance. They cry out for help, and the gods respond by creating Enkidu, whose sole purpose is to defeat Gilgamesh. Enkidu is a kind of primal man made by the gods from clay. Picture the Neanderthal you saw in your childhood visits to the museum, with long matted hair, living among the wild animals. Enkidu lives this way until he's seduced by a temple prostitute, Shamhat. Shamhat seduces Enkidu with 6 days and 7 nights of lovemaking, which are said to tame him. She subsequently introduces him to other elements of civilized life. Gradually, Enkidu becomes civilized, moving out of the wilderness, eventually arriving at Uruk, no longer an outcast from society, but a warrior battling on behalf of oppressed humanity. When Enkidu arrives in Uruk, he challenges Gilgamesh. Enkidu and Gilgamesh fight furiously, wrestling in the streets, until Enkidu finally gives up. He declares that he will never be able to defeat Gilgamesh, and he praises the god-man's strength. In an ironic twist, through battle, the two men become close friends, and they go off on a series of adventures together, including defeating a monster named Humbaba. These adventures culminate in a joint battle with a creature known as the Bull of Heaven. Now, the Bull of Heaven is sent by the angry goddess Ishtar to attack Uruk and to kill Gilgamesh. Enkidu and Gilgamesh attack and defeat the Bull of Heaven. However, the gods intervene at this point. They determine that either Gilgamesh or Enkidu must die as punishment for killing Humbaba and the Bull of Heaven, because they did not seek permission from the gods first. The gods determined that the universe itself will be out of balance if they allow murder to go unpunished, especially murders that they did not permit in advance. Ultimately, it is Enkidu who's marked for death. One of the most moving scenes in the epic describes Gilgamesh kneeling beside his comrade as Enkidu cries out against his fate, then comes to accept it, and finally passes into death. From this point forward, the story focuses on Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh enters an extended period of grieving for the loss of his companion. He wanders in the wilderness, bemoaning the loss of his friend and gradually becoming fixated on his own mortality. Gilgamesh decides to seek out Utnapishtim, a legendary figure who, along with his wife, has been granted immortality by the gods. Gilgamesh hopes that Utnapishtim can help him obtain immortality as well, and Gilgamesh overcomes terrible dangers and obstacles in this quest. In seeking Utnapishtim, he meets the alewife Siduri. Gilgamesh tells her his sorrows. I love this scene. Clearly, since the dawn of civilization, men have been telling their troubles to their local bartender. Siduri directs Gilgamesh to a ferryman, who ultimately brings Gilgamesh to Utnapishtim in the Garden of the Gods, a kind of paradise that lies at the edge of the world. Gilgamesh asks Utnapishtim how he obtained immortality, and Utnapishtim tells him. He tells him how he survived a great flood and won the gods' favor, and we'll come back to this story later. But for now, it's enough to know that it becomes clear that Gilgamesh himself will not become immortal. Utnapishtim encourages Gilgamesh to accept the fact that he will eventually die. Like the alewife, Utnapishtim encourages Gilgamesh to enjoy the life he has. And ultimately, Gilgamesh returns to Uruk, and accepting his own mortality, he comments on the ramparts of Uruk as they rise up to meet him upon his return to the city. A bit of background. We know that 5 ancient independent Sumerian poems dated to about 2000 BCE are the foundation of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, Sumer may have been established as early as 5500 BCE in southern Mesopotamia, and its culture had a long-lived and profound impact on later Babylonian culture. While the story of Gilgamesh is based on the older Sumerian poems, today's scholars mostly work from a later compilation based on these poems known as the Standard Babylonian or the Standard Akkadian version, dated somewhere between 1300 and 1000 BCE. This text was found in the ruins of an ancient library carved into 12 clay tablets and dating to the 13th to 10th centuries BCE. The tablets we have are really just fragments. There are gaps in the story where the clay has crumbled away or worn thin, so scholars have been left to fill in the blanks. Now, I like to think of these gaps as a kind of metaphor for ancient human culture itself. Some elements have endured for millennia, while others are lost to us forever, worn away by sheer time and centuries of human experience. From what we do know, the story of Gilgamesh reflects the world in which it originated. Gilgamesh was written in ancient Mesopotamia, specifically the region centered on the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, present-day Iraq. Now, that region was heavily dependent on the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. These rivers were central to agricultural well-being, and they provided a means of transportation that facilitated trade, economic development, political efforts, and military security. Distinctive geographic features meant that certain sites in Mesopotamia were more vulnerable to attack than others. For example, the southern border of the Babylonian Empire changed considerably over the centuries, largely because its geography made it difficult to secure and defend. In addition, Mesopotamia sat at an important crossroads in the ancient Near East, and so it was the site of extended military conflict for millennia. Between 2500 BCE and 2200 BCE, the Assyrian Empire took control over Sumerian city-states. During this time, Akkadian became the standard written and spoken language of the region, although Sumerian persisted as the standard religious language for a bit longer. We see this language shift reflected in the fact that the oldest independent poem units of the Gilgamesh story are in Sumerian, but the lengthy compilation found on ancient tablets are in Akkadian. Part of this cultural shift included the emergence of large urban city-states such as Uruk, dominated by expansive architectural projects. These urban centers increasingly extended economic and political influence over the smaller towns surrounding them. City-states such as Uruk were built on the wealth resulting from newly established urban areas, a jump in agricultural productivity, and new discoveries that facilitated metalworking. powerful warrior kings sought to control strategic locations and to conquer larger expanses of territory. As they took control of urban areas, they often inaugurated massive building projects. And the story of Gilgamesh reflects this new urbanization. It opens with praise for Uruk. This rapid development, of course, had its downside. While the years between 3000 and 2400 BCE saw astounding urban and agricultural growth, this was accompanied by devastation caused by sustained military conflict as different forces vied to control these exploding resources. Foreign leaders relentlessly fought to take over strategic locations. In addition, Mesopotamia was still ultimately subject to the whims of the climate because of its dependence on the rivers. It was a time of immense growth and struggle. As a result, life for most Mesopotamians was full of uncertainty. The Epic of Gilgamesh reflects this uncertainty. It opens with praise for Gilgamesh, but also describes him as a wild bull, around whom men of Uruk became anxious. Uruk's ramparts may be built of strong brick, but life in Uruk is dangerous, and no Uruk resident is safe around Gilgamesh. From the beginning, the epic sets up an opposition between civilization and wilderness, an opposition that ancient Mesopotamians must have felt. The wealth and sheer grandeur of Uruk is contrasted with the primitive actions of its violent and greedy ruler. Enkidu also becomes caught up in this opposition. He's created by the gods in the wild, but then he's domesticated by a temple prostitute. Gilgamesh and Enkidu become the ultimate symbols of the clash between civilization and wilderness, and they literally come to blows with one another in a door threshold, and they wrestle in the public square, both of which are in-between spaces, symbolizing the conflict between civilization and wilderness. There they meet, and they fail to defeat one another. It's a standoff between the man born of the wilderness and the ruler of civilization. And when they become fast friends, we're invited to conclude that the two worlds they represent cannot exist without one another. As we've seen, Gilgamesh's story begins in Uruk, but he leaves the city for a time. His journey takes him to the farthest corners of the earth, as far away as the Garden of the Gods at the edges of the world, only to bring him home again. The myth closes with Gilgamesh sitting in a small boat, quietly approaching Uruk's great walls. But this time, Gilgamesh sees the city with new eyes. Uruk's strong foundation and impressive brickwork seem oppressive rather than impressive. City life, it turns out, isn't all it's cracked up to be. Gilgamesh's changed relationship with the city also serves as a metaphor for individual experience. Gilgamesh's story suggests that human experience involves a constant tension between the civilized and untamed aspects of our nature, and this tension yields benefits as well as pain. Gilgamesh matures as a man, experiencing friendship but also loss. He sees Uruk differently at the end of his journey than he did at the beginning. While Uruk's walls are strong, the city no longer offers anything that tempts Gilgamesh. True satisfaction can't be found in the transitory, the sensuous temptations of the city. True satisfaction comes from an experience of friendship and companionship. However, this experience also brings an awareness of loss and one's own limitations and mortality. On an existential level, the story ultimately offers a meditation on life, loss, and death. At the beginning of the story, Gilgamesh is completely self-centered. He wreaks havoc without a second thought for anyone but himself, and he thinks only of momentary pleasure. However, he then meets Enkidu, and in the midst of battle they become deep friends. And with the death of his friend Enkidu, Gilgamesh becomes unsettled. He's faced with the questions not of a young man, but of a middle-aged man. He begins to meditate on his own mortality. He cries out, "I am going to die. Am I not like Enkidu? Deep sadness penetrates my core. I fear death, and now roam the wilderness. He spends most of the rest of the story trying to evade death. In some ways, Gilgamesh goes through a midlife crisis, fighting a losing battle against mortality, only accepting its coming in the very last lines of the epic. He returns to Uruk, and as he gazes on its sturdy brickwork, he seems to realize that the stones of Uruk will survive long after he has passed away, long after he's been forgotten. Immortality is not for flesh and blood. The epic raises profound questions, suggesting that Babylonian culture itself was highly sophisticated in its thinking about the human experience. Our examination of the epic wouldn't be complete without some commentary on the role of women in the story. The protagonists, of course, are men, and we better get used to this because women don't tend to fare very well in ancient mythology. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, however, there are a few juicy female roles. As in many myth traditions, there's a seductive goddess, Ishtar, who basically throws herself at Gilgamesh, begging him to marry her. He brushes her off, noting that all of her previous husbands seem to have come to dismal ends. Deeply insulted, Ishtar goes to her father and throws a tantrum that would make any teenage girl proud. This is why the Bull of Heaven is sent to attack Uruk and to kill Gilgamesh. Ishtar is the quintessential, if fairly predictable, woman scorned, and she was an important deity in Babylonian religion. Another woman character, Shamhat, also plays a stereotypical female role, the seductress. Early on, she is recruited to seduce Enkidu, and the story suggests that as a result of this seduction, Enkidu is civilized. The tablet states, Enkidu was diminished. His running was not as before. But then he drew himself up, for his understanding had broadened. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the seductress teaches Enkidu to bathe, to eat properly, to clothe himself, and frankly to go get a job. He becomes a shepherd. Ultimately, Shamhat is the one who leads Enkidu to Uruk to fight Gilgamesh. Her role is complex, and it deserves more time than we can devote to it here, so I encourage you to read the epic for yourself, with an eye toward Shamhat's story in particular. However, my favorite female figure by far in the epic is Siduri, the alewife or the bartender. When Gilgamesh comes up the beach to her lonely outpost, she talks with him like any good bartender, and when he describes his desire to avoid death, she basically says, "You're never going to find what you're looking for, so get over it." She's widely credited with being the first figure to offer the carpe diem philosophy of life. In her words, "Gilgamesh, fill your belly. Day and night, make merry. Let days be full of joy. Dance and make music day and night. And wear fresh clothes and wash your head and bathe. Look at the child that's holding your hand, and let your wife delight in your embrace. These things alone are the concern of men." And when this fine speech fails to convince Gilgamesh, Siduri directs him to the ferryman, and she sends him on his way. Like all good bartenders, she sets aside her own troubles, offers a listening ear and some wise advice, and a metaphorical shove out the door at the right time. We're left with the big question. Why has the story of Gilgamesh endured for 4,000 years? I think there are several reasons. First, it tells us something of the concerns of the Mesopotamians around 2000 BCE. Fear of abusive rulers, a sense of the quixotic dispositions of the gods, and a sharp contrast between city life and pastoral life. In addition, the Gilgamesh tablets shed light on other cultures. When the tablets containing the story of Gilgamesh were discovered, it became clear that this ancient Near Eastern story resonated with elements in some biblical stories. The alewife's advice sounds very much like the Ecclesiastes teaching, "Go, eat your food with joy, and drink your wine with a happy heart, because God has already approved your works. Let your clothes always be white, and do not spare precious ointment on your head. Enjoy life with your beloved wife during all the days of your fleeting life that God has given you on earth. during all your fleeting days, for that is your reward in life and in your burdensome work on earth. Most famously, the epic includes a flood story that closely resembles the biblical flood story. In Tablet 11, Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that his family, a handful of community members, and all the animals of the field survived a great rainstorm only because the god Ea instructed him to build a large boat. The storm lasts 6 days and 7 nights, and eventually Utnapishtim's boat is stranded on a mountaintop. He releases birds to determine if the storm waters have abated. The dove and the swallow both return to the boat, but the raven does not return. And at that point, Utnapishtim and all the other inhabitants leave the boat. Utnapishtim offers sacrifices to the gods, and in turn, they promise never again to allow such destruction of human life. The god Enlil gives Utnapishtim and his wife eternal life. Obviously, this sounds a lot like the biblical flood story. Over the years, the story of the flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh has been used both to bolster the authority of the Bible and to challenge it. Some scholars argue that the Gilgamesh story is an independent source that corroborates the historicity of the biblical flood story. Others argue that the epic proves that the biblical story is clearly not inspired. Instead, Gilgamesh proves that the biblical flood story is based on an ancient Near Eastern myth. Either way, the Gilgamesh epic has fueled debates about the nature of biblical material. At another level, the story of Gilgamesh has withstood the test of time because it offers great insight into the fundamentals of human nature. It focuses on themes that run throughout all of our lives: the need to tame our inner wild nature, the strong attraction and tensions between men and women, and the need for human friendship. I teach the story of Gilgamesh to my students as the original bromance. Two men start out as mortal enemies, and eventually they come to respect and admire and even love one another as brothers. Together they take on the monster threatening the world. It's the prototype for a classic George Clooney, Brad Pitt movie. But as the story progresses, it turns more serious. One of our leading men dies, and the other one has to figure out how to move forward. He spends a great deal of time in denial about his situation. But in the end, he faces the fact that he too will die. In the closing lines, we see the mighty god, man, king returning home in a simple wooden boat, a bit haggard, but wiser. The story of Gilgamesh has been repeated and adapted countless times. One of the most famous recent adaptations is found in an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Now, this series from the late 80s and early 90s is a sequel to the famous 1960s original series, and they both follow the intergalactic adventures of a crew aboard the Starship Enterprise, exploring new worlds and meeting alien creatures. In one episode, the main character, Captain Jean-Luc Picard, is thrown together with Captain Dathon, the leader of a foreign people, the Temerians. Together they end up battling a monster who threatened them both, and Dathon is mortally wounded in the fight. In a dramatic moment, the dying Dathon and Picard huddle together under the stars, kept warm by a primitive wood fire. Somewhat unexpectedly, Picard chooses the moment when they are huddling by the fire and as Dathon is slipping into death to tell a story. Specifically, Picard summarizes the Gilgamesh story. Now, what I love about this episode is that the Gilgamesh story isn't just an afterthought in this moment. The real thrust of the episode is that Picard and the rest of his crew come to realize over time that the Temerians don't communicate in a straightforward fashion. Instead, they speak in metaphors, specifically metaphors drawn from their own mythology and folklore. You literally can't understand the Temerian language if you don't know the cultural references a Temerian makes. Picard is only able to communicate with Dathon when he realizes that Dathon has been trying to create an alliance all along based on their need to defeat a common foe. When Picard realizes this, he finally communicates with Dathan using his own mythological reference, a reference to Gilgamesh. As Dathan slips from life into death, Picard tells him the story of Gilgamesh, an earth story of two men becoming friends. And Picard shares a phrase of mourning that follows Enkidu's death. He who was my companion through adventure and hardship is gone forever. Captain Dathan dies as Picard says these final words of the story. And as the episode comes to a close, the Temerians absorb Picard and Dathan's story into their own myth tradition, and a new Gilgamesh-like story is born. This is how mythic traditions are born, how they change, and how they move on from one generation to another. The story of Gilgamesh, likely over 4,000 years old, reflects the technological, social, and political realities of its time, and as such, it offers insight into a specific human culture. But it lives on. Like many of the other myths we will examine in this series, in large part because it resonates with timeless concerns as well. The potential dangers of highly developed urban centers, the human tendency to satisfy fleeting primal desires, the human need for companionship, and the inevitability of death. Throughout this series, I'll argue that the most successful myths, the ones that transcend geographic, temporal, and cultural boundaries, are those that find the perfect balance between specificity and universality. Join me next time as we take another look at Babylonian myth and culture.
This lecture is titled The Babylonian Creation Story.
In the last lecture, we talked about an ancient Babylonian hero story. Today, we're going to look at the ancient Babylonian creation story, the Enuma Elish, also called the Enuma Elish, which probably originated a few centuries after the Epic of Gilgamesh around 1100 BCE. Because of its focus on creation, the Enuma Elish is very different from the Epic of Gilgamesh. In fact, there are some clear parallels between the Enuma Elish and the creation story in the Bible. So those two stories are often compared with one another, even though they come from different communities. The Enuma Elish is named for the first two words that begin the story, what we call the incipit or the opening. The first two words mean when on high, and this opening tells us that the story we're about to hear is set in the heavens, among the gods. The story describes the creation of the world by multiple gods as a result of their struggle with one another for power. The Enuma Elish opens with two primordial gods, Apsu and Tiamat. Apsu is traditionally understood to be the god of fresh water, and Tiamat is the goddess of seawater. The myth begins with these lines. When on high heaven was not named, and the earth beneath did not yet bear a name, and the primeval Apsu who fathered them, and Chaos, Tiamat, the mother of them both, their waters were mingled together as one, and no field was formed, no marsh was to be seen. When of the gods none had been called into being, and none bore a name, and no destinies were ordained, at that time the gods were created in the midst of the heavens. There's a lot packed into those opening lines that we want to notice. First of all, there's a polytheistic worldview presented here. Like ancient European cultures such as the Greeks, the Romans, the Celts, and Norse peoples, the Babylonians believed in multiple gods rather than a single, all-powerful, all-knowing god. In addition, these opening lines refer to the fact that these multiple gods were created. They have not existed for all time. Only Apsu and Tiamat are considered primordial or pre-existent. The rest of the gods are created, called into being after the creation story begins. As the Babylonian creation story wraps up its introductory section, the male Apsu and the female Tiamat have come together and produced offspring. These multiple new gods are said to have been created in the midst of the heavens, Now, some scholars believe that this actually refers to Tiamat's womb, in which case the next events occur within her divine body. At a certain point, this starts to become hard to visualize, so it might be easier to think of everything that follows occurring on a vast heavenly stage. This creation myth is certainly very different from the biblical creation story, and we're going to see more differences as we continue. At the same time, however, there are also some strong parallels between the Babylonian creation story and Genesis 1. Both stories have been considered explicitly religious, in that they discuss God's present and active at the beginning of creation. They touch on themes of human creation and destiny. And they refer to supernatural realms like the heavens, realms outside of our everyday experience. As I mentioned in the last lecture, stories from Mesopotamia and the Middle East embrace elements of what we understand as religion and mythology, intertwining them very comfortably. While we may hear the Genesis story very differently than we hear the Enuma Elish, they're actually very similar in their thematic concerns. As the story moves forward, a problem develops. The text says, "The divine brothers banded together. They disturbed Tiamat as they surged back and forth. They troubled her mood. By their hilarity in the abode of heaven, Apsu could not lessen their clamor, and Tiamat was speechless at their ways. Their doings were loathsome." In layman's terms, the story is saying that Apsu and Tiamat's sons were acting like brats. They were fighting and they were partying all the time. Apsu got angry. Tiamat developed a migraine, and the divine parents reached their limit. This is when things get really interesting. Apsu, the father god, decides to fix the problem by killing his sons. Tiamat doesn't like this, so she warns one of the sons, Ea, that Apsu is plotting to kill him along with his brothers. Ea responds by using an incantation to put Apsu into a deep sleep, and then he murders his father. At that point, Ea becomes the supreme god. He and his consort, Damkina, produce a son, Marduk, who is known as a storm god. From this point on in the story, Marduk becomes the central character in the myth. Meanwhile, Tiamat is mourning the death of her husband. While she didn't like the idea of Apsu killing their sons, she didn't necessarily want him murdered. So she decides to avenge his death. She creates 11 monsters of the deep to help her wage battle against Ea and the other gods. She also takes a second husband, Kingu, one of Tiamat and Apsu's own sons, and raises him to the status of supreme deity. The gods who had allied themselves with Ea start to become concerned about Tiamat establishing a new supreme deity and creating an army of monsters. They become afraid of the threat that this poses to them. Marduk, the new kid on the block, makes a deal with them. He promises that if they make him their supreme deity, he will save them from Tiamat and her army. However, the gods have to agree to let him remain supreme deity after he has defeated Tiamat. Well, the gods decide that they've got no choice, and they agree. And Ea, Marduk's father, voluntarily surrenders leadership to Marduk. Marduk challenges Tiamat to battle, and he defeats her, killing her. In a famous passage, Marduk cuts Tiamat's body into two parts. The text reads, "Marduk paused to view her dead body. He split her like a shellfish into two parts. Half of her he set up and sealed as sky. And then he pulled down the bar and posted guards. He ordered them not to allow her waters to escape." Marduk creates the heavens from one half of Tiamat's dismembered body and the earth from the other half. The myth states that the tears from her eyes were the sources for the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. He gives the gods Anu, Enlil, and Ea dominion over the heavens, the air, and the water. Then he creates the sun, the moon, and the stars in their constellations, and the planets. Marduk then takes control of time itself, and he establishes a calendar by setting the heavenly bodies in regular motion relative to one another. He creates the yearly calendar controlling the motions of the stars, the planets, and even the weather. Once he's victorious, Marduk forces the other gods to keep their promise and to serve him as the supreme deity. He establishes his throne in Babylon. Then Marduk kills Tiamat's offspring and her second husband Kingu. From Kingu's body he creates humanity. The text says, "The gods bound Kingu, holding him before Ea. They imposed on him his guilt and severed his arteries. Out of his blood they fashioned mankind. Then Marduk imposed service on humanity and let free the gods." As the story comes to an end, Marduk is permanently established as supreme king and lord over all the gods. But he has released the gods from cultic service to him, reassigning these worship and cultic responsibilities to humanity. In effect, Marduk is now the supreme god over a group of gods, all of whom dominate human beings. At the end of the narrative portion of the Enuma Elish, the gods declare that he rules over the gods of heaven and earth. The final tablet of the Enuma Elish describes the gathering of all the gods in their council chamber after Marduk has finished the work of creation. The gods call out the 50 names of Marduk, which spell out the qualities that make him fit to be the supreme god. The implication is clear. Humanity should praise and worship Marduk just as the gods do. Tablets containing the Enuma Elish were first discovered in the mid-19th century by Austin Henry Layard, an English archaeologist and a scholar of cuneiform, one of the earliest writing systems we know of. Now, ancient cuneiform writing started as largely pictorial, eventually evolving into a system in which the symbols became more abstract and represented sounds and letters. If you want, you can buy t-shirts and coffee mugs today on the web with passages from the Enuma Elish in cuneiform on them. Anyway, Layard found fragments of tablets in the ruins of a library in Nineveh, present-day Mosul, Iraq. The text found on the fragments, which was written in an ancient Babylonian dialect, was first published in 1876 by George Smith, the same British Assyriologist who discovered and translated the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Enuma Elish is about 1,000 lines long, and it was written on a total of 7 numbered clay tablets, with an average of about 142 lines on each tablet. Most of Tablet 5 is missing, but we have virtually all of the rest of the story. The tablets that were found in Nineveh are dated to the 7th century BCE, so roughly coinciding with the fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire to the Babylonians, and about a century later than the Iliad and the Odyssey. However, there's a bit of uncertainty surrounding the date of the story itself. Some scholars believe that the story itself goes back to the 16th or maybe even the 18th century BCE, while others think it's a bit more recent, originating about 1100 BCE. Either way, the story is pretty old by our standards. The Enuma Elish does what any good creation myth does. It explains where the material world came from. This particular creation story claims that we humans currently live in half of the dismembered body of a defeated goddess. Now, the sky is her other half, and all the other basic elements of our universe, the sun, the moon, and the stars, are fashioned from her bodily remains as well. It may be gruesome, but it's an explanation. Second, the Enuma Elish presents a well-developed view of the nature and history of the gods. The Enuma Elish teaches polytheism, the presence of multiple gods who interact with one another and, eventually, with humans. The myth also tells us that there was a primordial age in which the gods fought openly with one another. And it then presents a specific form of polytheism that we call henotheism. Henotheism is when one god among many is established as a supreme or a chief god. In this case, the Enuma Elish describes how Marduk came to be recognized as the supreme deity. According to the myth, Marduk used brute force to establish his supremacy. He battled other gods to the death, or he threatened them with death in order to secure his position. But despite these violent tendencies, Marduk actually ushered in a new era of orderliness. It may not be absolute peace, but it's a lot calmer than things were in primordial times. So to sum up, the Enuma Elish presents the history of the gods and explains how the supreme god came into being. Third, the Enuma Elish tells us something about the position of human beings in the world and in relationship to the gods. The description of human creation is actually a bit unnerving. Marduk is said to have devised a cunning plan. Now, this specific phrase is used twice in the story, once to refer to Marduk splitting Tiamat's body in two, and second to refer to the act of the creation of humanity. Corruptions in the text make it a bit difficult to determine exactly how humanity is created, but most scholars agree that Ea beheads Kingu at Marduk's request, and then Kingu's blood is used to make human beings. Ea then imposes servitude on them. Despite the fact that human beings are made with divine blood, they have no special status in the created world and no special relationship with the gods. Instead, they seem to have been created to do a specific job, to worship and serve the gods. The narrative suggests that after the world has been created, the other gods complain to Marduk that they want shrines and worship. Marduk apparently creates humanity to fulfill this need. Thus, humanity wasn't even part of Marduk's original plan. The Enuma Elish teaches that we're a kind of afterthought, subordinate to the gods, and our lot in life is to serve and worship them. This probably reflected the day-to-day lives of most ancient Babylonians who were subordinate to their rulers, and who had very little choice about their social status, their work, and what they owed to the governing powers. There's also a strong geographical component at work here. The myth clearly reflects the river valley landscape in which it was composed. The two primordial gods, Apsu and Tiamat, represent freshwater and saltwater respectively. Now, this may be the result of the fact that the Tigris and the Euphrates freshwater rivers ultimately flow into the Persian Gulf, which is saltwater. In addition, Marduk's conflict with Tiamat has been read as an allegory of a common sight on the Mediterranean shores, a violent storm moving over the sea. So clearly, the fundamental components of the myth reflect common natural elements in ancient Near Eastern life. In addition, most scholars tend to agree on the social context of the Enuma Elish. Evidence indicates that the myth was recited publicly during Akitu, the Babylonian New Year festival, as part of a ritual ceremony. If this is the case, then it means that in the middle of a New Year's celebration, Babylonians would have been told that Babylon was specifically chosen by Marduk as an earthly home for the gods. They would have been reminded how the world came into being, and how Marduk in particular became the supreme deity. The myth ends with a recitation of Marduk's 50 names praising him. Now, this suggests that a key part of the New Year's ritual was worship of Marduk himself. This isn't unusual. Many cultures include annual festivals that focus on a supreme deity, praising him and asking him to continue to maintain the universe that he himself established. At the same time, there may be something more subtle going on here as well. Stories about ancient times often serve as a foil for the present. Stories recited within the context of an annual public ritual usually have a public message. Scholar Walter Burkert argues that stories told about the gods and their conflicts can often be understood to reflect existing conflicts between humans, and I agree with him on this point. In the period during which the Enuma Elish was composed, tribal communities battled for control of territories in Mesopotamia, and power was tenuous at best. There was always someone eyeing a king's power and plotting to take it from him. As part of an effort to maintain some stability, the Babylonian king's power to rule was renewed ritually in a public ceremony at the annual New Year festival. In a ritual ostensibly focused on Marduk, the king reminded the people that power was derived from brute strength, and, just like Marduk, the king was not afraid to wield that power. It wouldn't take much for the masses to see a parallel between the supreme god's power and the king's power. Just as Marduk destroyed those who threatened him, so would the king. And just as Marduk created humans to serve him, the king expected his subjects to serve him as well. So the story of the divine conflict should be viewed as a kind of cautionary tale for human Babylonians. Burkert also argues that Babylonian cosmogonies, or cosmogonic myths, myths that explain the beginning of the cosmos, served functions that we in the modern West tend not to think about. He says that they were used as healing incantations. In ancient Babylon, illnesses were explained as the body disintegrating, reverting back to chaos and disaster. By contrast, Babylonian cosmogonies spoke of the move out of chaos toward order and integration. As a result, cosmogonic myths were recited over the ill to help move the body back toward order and health. So Burkert claims that Babylonian myths were used as charms against a toothache or a headache, or for facilitating childbirth. A New Year's festival also celebrated a fresh start, a new beginning in the calendar, and it would be appropriate to establish order in that new calendar. By incorporating the creation myth into the New Year's celebration, people were reminded of the chaos and the danger that preceded this age. It might even suggest that such chaos continued to lurk out on the edges of civilization, always threatening to intrude. The New Year ritual kept chaos at bay, a kind of a collective charm warding off evil from the community. The story of the Enuma Elish also raises many other questions for scholars of ancient religions. Frankly, there's a whole lot of violence in this creation account. My students tend to react pretty negatively to all the blood and the gore in this myth, and they use this violence to just dismiss the myth as primitive. But the violence is actually instructive. It gives us a glimpse into the experiences and concerns of the ancient Mesopotamian world. So let's remember our history. We know that the oldest written record of the Enuma Elish is dated to the 7th century BCE, but the story had probably been circulating since at least 1100 BCE. We don't have many written records from this period, but we do know that there was extended political upheaval and military conflict during this time. The Neo-Assyrian Empire came to power in 911 BCE, and it lasted until the fall of Nineveh in 612 BCE. In fact, it may be to violence that we owe our knowledge of the Enuma Elish. Ashurbanipal, the last great Assyrian king, established a library where the art and writings of other cultures could be preserved, which was really a very progressive idea. This library included items from Babylonia. Scholars tend to think that when Nineveh was sacked, a great fire destroyed the library. However, instead of destroying the tablets, the fire actually baked them, preserving them for posterity. So ironically, the fire designed to decimate the library may have actually helped to preserve the writings, including the tablets containing the Enuma Elish. One other interesting twist on this story. As we noted earlier, the Enuma Elish tablets were discovered in the late 19th century. When George Smith published the myth in 1876, he published it under the title, The Chaldean Genesis. Copies of this other Genesis flew off the shelves. It was one of the best-selling books of its time. Now keep in mind that the Enuma Elish is not the only Babylonian creation story, and it's not even the oldest Babylonian creation story we know of. However, it's the best-known Babylonian creation story. Why was this book so popular? Well, it's because the creation account presented in the Enuma Elish was explicitly compared with the Genesis story, virtually as soon as it was discovered. The title, The Chaldean Genesis, begs you to compare the Babylonian story with the biblical story, and people took the bait. Now, Genesis was compiled over time, possibly beginning as early as 950 BCE, but its last significant revision in its current form probably occurred in the mid-6th century BCE. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the oldest written record of the Enuma Elish dates to the 7th century BCE. So this means that the Enuma Elish predates Genesis. There are some clear differences between the Enuma Elish and the biblical material. The God of Genesis is a single, all-powerful male God who seemingly has no beginning or end. He creates the world alone in an orderly, peaceful, deliberate process. The world is created from primordial stuff, not from the body of a god or a goddess. Humanity is created at the end of this process, and Genesis suggests that human beings are pretty special, the culmination of creation. The first man is animated by God's breath. He's given a name, and he's given dominion, or at least stewardship, over the entire created world. The Enuma Elish presents quite a different picture. Humanity is created not from the dust of the earth and God's breath, but from the corpse of a defeated deity. There's no first human. Human beings as a group are collected to serve Marduk, and much like slave labor. And human beings are servants, masters of virtually nothing. Again, this probably reflected the social world in which they lived. The discovery of the Enuma Elish was one of several key events in the 19th century that forced scholars to put the biblical myths into conversation with other cultures' sacred texts. In this period, archaeological discoveries made it clear that many civilizations in the ancient Near East had sophisticated creation narratives. The initial hope of Christian theologians had been that the Enuma Elish would repeat the story as presented in Genesis, thus bolstering the credibility of the Bible more broadly. Obviously, instead, the Enuma Elish raised questions. The differences between the Enuma Elish and Genesis led scholars to wonder what kind of relationship, if any, there was between the two texts. Archaeological research and other textual finds suggested that economic trade and political changes in the ancient Near East led to cultural exchange as well. And it seems that myths were transmitted throughout various communities. Many scholars came to the conclusion that the Genesis creation story had roots in other ancient Near Eastern myths, especially the myths of the Mesopotamian civilizations, including the Enuma Elish. There are some clear common elements. In particular, both Genesis and the Enuma Elish describe the creation as a multi-step process. They both characterize creation as not merely the creation of substances in distinct form, but also the establishment of some kind of order to replace chaos. Also, in Genesis, humanity is made in God's image. Now, this is distinctly not the case in the Enuma Elish. Finally, and perhaps most important, the violence that characterizes the Enuma Elish is completely absent in the Genesis creation account. The Genesis story gives humanity dominion over the created world. The Enuma Elish definitely does not. Humans worship. They do not rule over nature. So what do we do with the fact that there are similarities and differences between the Enuma Elish and the Genesis creation accounts? Many scholars have decided that the Genesis story was developed in response to the Mesopotamian myth as a direct challenge. In other words, the authors of Genesis knew the Enuma Elish story, and they disagreed with the worldview it described. Certain elements suggest that the authors of Genesis were very familiar with ancient Mesopotamian creation myths and had these myths in mind as they crafted Genesis. You may recall that the very first line of Genesis chapter 1 says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Some scholars have noted that the phrase heavens and the earth was the Akkadian name for the entire Babylonian pantheon. It may actually be that with this opening phrase, Genesis is taking on Babylon, declaring that the God of the Israelites was superior to all the Mesopotamian gods, including Marduk. In this view, Genesis was a rebuttal to the Babylonian worldview, arguing for the superiority of the Israelite God, a peaceful, orderly creation process, and an intimate relationship between the divine and the human. Some Christian scholars have noted that the Babylonian gods were associated with natural elements, while the biblical God is described as completely distinct from and superior to the natural world. This rhetorical move in Genesis can be seen as asserting the supremacy of the Israelite God over the Mesopotamian gods, and rejecting any inclination to divinize natural elements such as the sun, the moon, the rivers, etc. Keeping these differences in mind, it's worth noting that Genesis 1 and the Enuma Elish seem to share one thing in common: a deep desire to portray the contemporary world as qualitatively distinct from the pre-creation past. Both accounts suggest that there was a time before this time, before the earth as we know it existed, and that in that ancient time, chaos prevailed. In both accounts, a supreme deity is responsible for the ordered world in which we now live. Both the Enuma Elish and Genesis teach ancient listeners to appreciate whatever orderliness they do have in their day-to-day lives. The pre-creation chaos or formless and void status is scary. So what we have now may not be perfect, but it's better than it used to be, so don't mess with it. We move now away from the Mesopotamian world to a neighboring ancient land, Egypt. Egyptian history differed markedly from Babylonian history. The peoples of these two civilizations occupied different landscapes, different socio-political worlds, and different cultural movements. You won't have any trouble seeing what makes Egyptian mythology distinctive, but it's worth listening with one ear for the themes it has in common with Babylonian mythology as well. Concerns about the god's power over human beings, an intimate relationship with the landscape and the natural world in general, and a strong sense of one's place in the social system. It makes quite a contrast with the secular, urbanized, ever-changing society many people live in today.
This lecture is titled Chaos and Order in Egypt.
As in ancient Babylonia, ancient Egyptian culture developed rich mythologies reflecting its history and day-to-day concerns. But the world we find in Egyptian mythology is very different from the Babylonian world. Babylonians told stories of a violent, primordial past that had produced a well-ordered present. In contrast, Egyptian mythology tends to emphasize perpetual violence and destruction. It describes an endless struggle to maintain order in the face of chaos. Let's begin with one of the most well-known Egyptian creation stories, which originated in the city of Heliopolis, located in the Nile Delta region. According to this myth, the god Atum, who is identified with Ra and sometimes referred to as Atum-Ra, arose as the divine creator. He first created Shu, the god of wind and air, and Shu's consort, the goddess Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. This couple in turn created Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the heavens. Geb and Nut created Osiris and his consort Isis, as well as the god Set and his consort Nephthys. These 9 gods, Atum and the 4 male-female divine pairs, together are known as the Ennead. The Ennead created the heavens and the earth, including the stars and other heavenly bodies. In a different creation myth tradition, the creator god in the form of Ra chose to create all living things. Now, some accounts suggest that he looked into space and whatever he envisioned in his mind came into being. Humanity was created from his eyes, and Ra made himself the first human king on earth. He took on human form and ruled over mankind. Trouble arose from a couple of sources, though. First, the goddess Isis, who lived among humanity as a woman, decided that she wanted to live among the gods and that she wanted power equal to Ra's power. Using magical powers, she created a poisonous serpent. The serpent bit Ra, who began to feel excruciating pain. He cried out for help, and Isis spoke up. She said that she could heal Ra, but only if he told her his secret name, the name embedded in his heart, the name that gave Ra all his power. Fearing death, Ra agreed to let Isis learn his secret name. Further, he agreed to let that secret name leave his heart and enter into Isis's heart instead. At that moment, Ra disappeared from the realm of the gods, and Isis received his secret name along with all the power that went with it. A different myth tradition is found in a book known as the Celestial Cow. Versions of this book were found in several pharaohs' tombs, including the tomb of Tutankhamun. According to this tradition, as Ra aged, human beings no longer paid him the respect that he felt he was due. Ra decided to punish human beings by sending his Eye of Ra, his vengeful persona, in the form of the goddess Hathor to destroy them. Hathor was a complicated figure, taking on many roles throughout Egyptian mythology, including at times Ra's wife and his daughter. She is often associated with motherhood and fertility, and she's sometimes known as the cow goddess. Manifesting Ra's anger in the world, Hathor took the form of a lion and was referred to by a different name, that of the war goddess Sekhmet. In this form, Hathor began to kill the Earth's entire population. However, once Ra saw the devastation that she had caused, including filling the Earth with human blood, he regretted his decision. The problem was that once Hathor had started to taste human blood, she couldn't be stopped. Finally, Ra stopped Hathor's slaughter by tricking her. He got her drunk, and a small remnant of humanity was saved. Ra then decided to leave the Earth, but the remnant of humans followed him, begging him for forgiveness. They slaughtered his enemies in order to make up for their rebellious ways. Ra accepted that slaughter as an atoning sacrifice, but he also declared, "From this time forward, I will dwell in heaven. I will no longer live upon the earth." After this declaration, Ra left the earth, ruling from the heavens, mostly in the form of the sun. These myths and other creation mythology centering on Ra emerged during the 19th and the 20th dynasties in Egypt, roughly the 13th through the 11th centuries BCE. This is about the same time as the Israelites were settling in Canaan and establishing what would eventually be known as Israel and Judah. This mythology tells us a number of things about Egyptian life from that time period. First, there were several strong cities in Egypt and distinct religious and myth traditions associated with each. For example, Ra is a key figure in Heliopolis, but not so much in Hermopolis and Memphis. The differences in the various gods' popularity reflect the strength of the independent cities' identities. For example, a different creation myth comes out of the wealthy cosmopolitan city of Hermopolis during the Old Kingdom period, between 2649 and 2150 BCE. And by the way, you'll find some variations in the dating of the periods and the kingdoms in ancient Egyptian history, but the dates I'll be using are fairly widely accepted. In the Hermopolis version of the creation, circulating during the Old Kingdom period, the universe begins with 4 pairs of male and female deities. These 4 male-female pairs are known collectively as the Ogdoad. The female deities were associated with snakes and the male deities with frogs. They represent hiddenness, darkness, formlessness, and a watery abyss. Together they represent a time of primordial chaos. In the Hermopolis myth, the gods are out of balance with one another. Their imbalance leads to the creation of a kind of primordial egg. And out of this egg emerges Ra, the sun. After Ra is created, he rests for an extended period. Then he works with the other deities to create the rest of the world and to establish order. There are several versions of the section of the Hermopolis creation myth that describes Ra's emergence from the primordial egg. In one version, Ra emerges from an egg that has been laid by a celestial bird. In another, the creation continues almost in kaleidoscopic fashion, beginning with a lotus flower that emerges on the primordial waters instead of an egg. When the lotus petals open, they reveal a beetle, which is a manifestation of the god Ra. The beetle then takes the form of a weeping boy, Nefertum, and Nefertum's tears become all the creatures of the earth. Thus, the creation of all living beings on the earth is contained in a lotus, which literally unfolds and a series of forms appear: lotus, beetle, weeping boy, and tears, ultimately producing all living creatures. In addition to reflecting distinct major city identities, Egyptian mythology reflects Egypt's political history, and it will be helpful to delve into that history briefly to place the myths in their proper context. As you can imagine, ancient Egyptian history is complicated, but for our purposes we can break it down into a few broad periods. The prehistoric or pre-dynastic period lasted from about 6000 BCE until about 3100 BCE. During this period, Upper and Lower Egypt were constantly in conflict with one another. The terms Upper and Lower Egypt are a little counterintuitive. If you look at a map of ancient Egyptian civilization, you'll see that it develops along the winding ribbon of the Nile River. Now, it's tempting to assume that the Nile River flows southward from the Mediterranean Sea south to the Nubian Desert. However, just the opposite is true. The Nile originates in the south and flows northward, emptying into the Mediterranean. Roughly around Cairo, the Nile Delta forms, spreading out like a fan. The designations of Lower and Upper Egypt reflect the fact that the south is at a higher elevation than the north, which explains why the river flows as it does. So Upper Egypt actually refers to the south of Egypt, the region including Aswan and Thebes, modern-day Luxor. Lower Egypt is in the north, and it refers to the region including Memphis, Heliopolis, and the port cities. Thebes was the capital of Upper Egypt, and Memphis was the capital of Lower Egypt. Some scholars have argued that Egyptian myths, such as the Heliopolis creation myth, originated in the pre-dynastic period, reflecting the ongoing political and military struggles for control of Upper and Lower Egypt. Stories concerning conflicts between gods are found in multiple sources throughout Egyptian history, and they're not restricted to one city, such as Heliopolis. For example, several texts, including Egyptian funerary texts, the Great Hymn to Osiris, and the Memphite theology all refer to an intense conflict between the male gods Osiris and Set. These brothers battle to take control of the world. Set ultimately triumphs, killing Osiris. In addition, scholars argue that some of these myths are tied to pre-dynastic rituals. For example, some say that the creation story's reference to Hathor becoming drunk with alcohol is the basis for an ancient Egyptian New Year ritual, in which priestesses would offer large vessels of alcohol to the goddess Hathor. Around 3100 BCE, the two kingdoms of Egypt, Upper and Lower Egypt, were united under King Menes, the first true pharaoh of Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt ushered in a new phase in Egyptian history, the dynastic phase. We know quite a bit about King Menes' reign. He concentrated his administration in Memphis, and he built a new worship center known as the Temple of Ptah, one of the supreme triad of gods in Memphis. Now note that in Memphis mythology, Ra wasn't the creator deity, Ptah was. Ptah was presented as a master builder, architect, and creator, and he was the patron of artisans and craftsmen. The Egyptian Book of the Dead refers to him as a master architect and framer of everything in the universe. We know that by the beginning of the dynastic period, the Egyptians had a well-developed philosophy about life after death. They preserved the bodies of the dead, and they buried their dead with food and drink and other provisions for life after death. Much of the mythology from the dynastic period comes to us from artifacts created to accompany individuals in their journey after death. For example, most of what we know from the Old Kingdom period, approximately 2649 to 2150 BCE, we know from images surrounding the dead in temples and tombs. The creation story from Hermopolis, the one about Ra emerging from the egg or the lotus flower, comes from this time period. The fact that ancient Egypt circulated multiple creation stories isn't actually all that unusual. Many cultures produce several different creation stories. What's interesting is why cultures like ancient Egypt generated multiple stories. Many cultures believe that no single creation story can encompass all the elements of the creation of the universe. And we'll find this in later lectures in this course as well. After all, it's a big job to build a universe. Instead, these cultures produce multiple stories, each intended to highlight different aspects of creation. The idea that one creation story can encompass all aspects of the creation of the universe is actually pretty rare. In addition, scholars have noticed that different local communities tend to develop slightly different creation stories. Specifically, most scholars note that later Egyptian creation stories link their creation stories to a previous story, and then they have their supreme deity trump the previous supreme deity. Why would they do that? Well, we think that this was a strategy used by cities with large worship centers, such as Heliopolis, Hermopolis, and Memphis, to assert their superiority. Each city developed a creation story with their preferred deity as the supreme deity. One easy way to do this in a creation myth was simply to replace one god's name with another god's name. For example, Ra became Atum in the Heliopolis creation myth. Another example is much more recent. One creation story originating in Memphis dates to around 700 BCE. This story doesn't refer to Ra at all. Instead, it focuses on Ta-Nun, an androgynous figure. Ta-Nun links the 8 gods of the Hermopolis mythology with the 9 gods of the Heliopolis mythology. Ta-Nun ultimately speaks the name of Atum, the creator god, and then the rest of the world comes into being. In a variant of this myth, the god is simply known as Ta, and he's described as a kind of cosmic craftsman god who fashions the universe. In all of these instances, local gods are given central importance, either displacing earlier gods altogether or subordinating them in some way. Again, this isn't an unusual strategy. It occurs in other creation stories all around the world. Another explanation for the multiple creation stories is a bit different. Some scholars argue that as time passes, different worldviews emerge, and these different views are reflected in different myths. Remember that we're talking about thousands of years here. Again, the pre-dynastic period in Egypt began around 6000 BCE, and Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of ancient Egypt, died in 30 BCE. This means that the myths we're reviewing here span 6,000 years. One famous late Egyptian text originating in Memphis, known as the Shabaka text, or the Memphite theology, is dated to about 710 BCE. It presents Ta as the creator god, and it's fairly abstract. Ta imagines the entire creation, and then the text says that he brings it into being by his own word. The creation process here sounds very philosophical in comparison with the earlier Heliopolis and Hermopolis versions. In the Memphite version, the god's name, Ta, means creator. And he's portrayed as a mummy, holding a scepter containing the symbols for life, power, and stability. He's also often shown standing on a hieroglyph associated with Ma'at, the goddess of order and truth and balance, and we'll talk more about him shortly. In this late Egyptian mythology, the world emerges as a realization of a thought in the mind of the creator god. This is a far cry from eggs, lotus flowers, and beetles. Egyptian mythology is also important to our broader discussion about myth because of its interesting view of time. Modern Western conceptions of time tend to be linear. We think of time as moving in one direction, from a beginning point to an end. Cultures influenced by the Abrahamic religions tend to conceive of time in teleological terms. That is, we generally think the world is improving and moving towards some culminating final purpose as we move forward in time. There's a sense of progress associated with the march of time. Ancient Egyptian notions of time were different. The ancient Egyptians divided world history into two distinct periods, the ancient or primordial past and the present. The present time involves a series of repeating cycles, probably reflecting the annual agricultural and climate cycles. However, the Egyptians believed that in the primordial ancient past, time was linear. Mythic events such as creation occurred in ancient linear time. Mythic events were determinative. They established the patterns that are repeated in the present age. Thus, the creation myths do not just refer back to events in the past, they occur in a qualitatively different time in the history of the world. Stories set in this primordial time period have implications for the world in which we live today. Whereas the past age involved new, one-of-a-kind events, the present age is cyclical and repetitive. Events that occur in the present age are not original, they echo mythic events. As the present age repeats these mythic events, however, they renew Ma'at, an abstract notion representing the primordial order and balance of the universe. In particular, present events repeat the moment of creation, however that's described, and they reestablish the order of creation. Now, the concept of Ma'at deserves some attention here. The word Ma'at encompasses the concepts of balance, order, truth, justice, and morality. When it appears in the creation stories, it refers to the foundational ordering of the world, including its social and moral order. As we've seen, according to Egyptian creation mythology, in the beginning there was chaos. But this isn't just chaos in terms of the material stuff of the universe. In the primordial period, there was social and moral chaos as well. Most of the stories of the gods' activities are set in this primordial time, and their primary task is to organize that chaos into the ordered world in which human beings now live. At a certain point in Egyptian history, the principal Ma'at became personified as a female goddess. We find images of Ma'at as a goddess in the middle of the Old Kingdom period, around 2500 to 2400 BCE. And as we've seen, she remained a figure of significance as late as 710 BCE in Memphis. In her mythology, the goddess Ma'at regulates the stars and the seasons, and in some cases human and divine behavior in order to maintain order and balance. She is coupled with Thoth, the god charged with maintaining the entire universe. Ma'at was often displayed with a scepter, the Ankh symbol, sometimes known as a symbol of life, and with an ostrich feather on her head. The Ankh symbol looks like a cross, except that there's a slender oval at the top, where the top vertical bar is located on a cross. Ma'at's scepter linked her with the pharaoh, as did the Ankh symbol. The ostrich feather was the feather of truth, associated with her role in the underworld. According to the ancient Egyptian myths, the feather was used to measure the weight of the heart of a deceased person, where the soul of the dead resided. If the heart was heavier than the feather, this meant that the person had lived an evil life, and the devourer goddess, Ammit, who was known to lurk around the scales, would eat the heart. But if the heart was lighter than or equal to Ma'at's feather in weight, this meant that the deceased person had led a good life. And this determined whether or not a soul would reach paradise in the afterlife. Together, Thoth and the goddess Mot were responsible for equilibrium and balance. Once Ra superseded Thoth as the primary deity in Egyptian mythology, Mot was often depicted along with Thoth standing on either side of Ra's boat. And this positioning indicated her prominence in the Egyptian pantheon. One other point regarding Mot. It is closely related to the pharaoh, to his role on earth and his role in the community. Ancient Egyptian myth presents the pharaoh as an incarnation of God, or at the very least as the god's representative on earth. As a result, the pharaoh is charged with the responsibility for maintaining order in this age. Mot continually threatens to break down, and so human beings, under the direction of the pharaoh and the priests, are constantly working to keep disorder and chaos at bay. You'll notice that, as in Mesopotamian mythology, the creation of human beings is not really a big deal in Egyptian creation stories. In one Heliopolis creation myth, humans are explained as the result of the tears of Ra. This is a different myth from the Hermopolis myth involving a weeping boy. And since Ra sheds those tears in a moment of weakness, human beings are perceived as weak and flawed. In this view, we're really nothing but a byproduct of creation. In another myth, once human beings are created, Ra rules for a period of time over both humans and the gods. Initially, there is a kind of idyllic period for humans, although Ra is constantly dealing with fights between the gods. At one point, some gods challenge Ra's authority, so he destroys the rebellious faction with help from Thoth and Horus the Elder, one of the earliest forms of the god Horus. Horus is another key figure in Egyptian mythology, and we'll explore his role in some detail in the next lecture. In a distinct myth called the myth of the distant goddess, the vengeful aspect of Ra, the eye of Ra, becomes upset with Ra himself and runs away. Now, this is not Hathor, the goddess we mentioned earlier, but another form of the eye. The eye, in the form of a goddess, runs away to the dangerous realm beyond the Egyptian borders. Her absence means that the Nile River waters don't rise as usual, and the land is threatened with drought. Ra sends out other gods to bring her back, and upon her return, the floodwaters rise and fertility is restored to the land. Eventually, as Ra grows older, humanity rebels against him. In the celestial cow story, after Ra prevents Hathor from destroying all of humanity, Ra begins to recede from the worldly realm. Ra recedes from human affairs and chooses to live in the sky, traveling from the eastern horizon to the western horizon each day, and resting in the realm of the dead at night. The remnant of humanity that is left behind after Hathor's rampage divides against itself, and a new age begins, in which human beings wage war against one another. From this time forward, we move into the present age. In this period, the gods recede, and human beings are involved in a constant struggle to avoid falling completely into chaos. In the Egyptian mythological traditions, this is roughly when the shift from linear to cyclical time begins. In some mythologies, this shift occurs as soon as Ra moves away from Earth and into the skies. In other mythologies, there's a time during which divine rulers govern for thousands of years, but eventually the change occurs and the world moves into a qualitatively new existence. It can be easy to become overwhelmed with all of these different versions of the Egyptian creation story. Different cities produced different creation stories, and often each city produced multiple versions of their core myths. However, when you step back, certain key themes appear over and over again. First, Egyptian creation mythology always involves the creation of form out of formlessness and order out of chaos. Second, the Egyptian gods are always ultimately responsible for creation of this orderliness, and they are the ones who sustain it. And finally, the created world is never completely safe from the threat of chaos. Not surprisingly, the Egyptian creation stories consistently place Egypt at the center of the created universe, and Egypt is the site for most of the gods' activities. Now, as a side note, this is almost always true in creation stories around the world. No culture places itself on the sidelines within its own creation mythology. We always feature ourselves as the stars of our own stories. Well, in Egyptian mythology in general, the earth is a flat piece of land. Upper Egypt, also known as the Nile Valley, and Lower Egypt, also known as the Delta, are located at the center of the entire world. They're surrounded by infertile and dangerous desert land, and beyond that is chaos. Two mountains mark the east and the west horizons. The entire world then centers on the land of Egypt. Another constant critical theme is the importance of this geographic environment. The harsh desert land and the powerful Nile River conspire to create an unpredictable, threatening environment. And we see echoes of this threat throughout Egyptian creation mythology. At the same time, we know that the ancient Egyptians developed very sophisticated agricultural techniques. Scholars have argued that the development of agricultural tools and techniques and the ability to store food for times of scarcity transformed the ancient world and made civilization as we know it possible. Egyptians lived with this technological advancement, but they still felt very much at the mercy of the environment around them. They knew that the fertility of the land, and therefore their own survival, was very fragile. Droughts could easily lead to famine, and excessive flooding could destroy both crops and buildings. In addition, the surrounding desert posed a constant threat, and all of this fear and tension permeates the ancient Egyptian creation myths. The Nile River was another important feature of Egyptian myths, and it figured into Egyptian ritual as well. We know, for example, that one ancient New Year celebration coincided with the annual flooding of the Nile River. The Nile River was at the heart of agricultural survival. The Egyptians came to know and depend on the annual cycle of the Nile, how it receded during certain times of the year and then flooded at other times. When the Nile flooded, it replenished the surrounding soil, making the land fertile for agriculture. The annual cycle of the Nile directly influenced human activity, prompting cycles of planting and harvesting that continued from year to year and informed a cyclical view of present time. The daily and yearly natural cycles brought a certain kind of order to lived human experience. Now, the Egyptians felt that it was ultimately up to the gods to control these cycles, but humans could perform religious rituals to appeal to the gods to maintain this order. On a larger scale, Egyptian mythology as a whole continues to explore the key themes that we find in the creation stories. The myths continue to speculate about cosmic and human origins. They continue to ask how to find order and balance in the midst of chaos. And they look to the gods for guidance about how humans can carve order and safety out of a threatening landscape. As time passed, the ancient Egyptians began to look at death and the afterlife in more detail as well. And they developed rich stories about the gods who ruled the underworld. The most developed texts about death and life after death begin to appear in the Old Kingdom period between 2649 and 2150 BCE, during the 3rd through the 6th dynasties of the pharaohs. And in this period, the pyramid texts appear. The pyramid texts are magical spells inscribed on the interior walls of the royal pyramids. Literally hundreds of spells guide the deceased king toward the realm of the gods after his death. Slightly later, the coffin texts appear, writing inscribed in the tombs of royal court officials. Several centuries later, at the beginning of the New Kingdom period, beginning around 1550 BCE, we begin to find funerary texts aimed at people outside the royal court. Texts like the famous Egyptian Book of the Dead begin to circulate with illustrations. Other texts, such as the Book of Gates and the Book of Caverns, describe how a deceased person will journey to the underworld. These new kingdom texts pick up on old themes found even in the pre-dynastic literature. They build on the creation stories' descriptions of the gods, the nature of this world, and the nature of human life. In the lectures to come, we'll look at a wealth of stories, but they continually return us to the fundamental concerns laid out in the Egyptian creation myths: how to find order, balance, Ma'at in a chaotic world.
This lecture is titled Horus, Osiris, and Ra.
In the last lecture, we talked about Egyptian creation mythology. However, the Egyptians were also intrigued with stories about the gods themselves. 3 gods in particular dominated Egyptian mythology: Osiris, Horus, and Ra. And they were also the gods most closely associated with ancient Egypt's pharaohs. In this lecture, we'll focus on these important figures. Our story picks up where one of the creation myths from the last lecture left off. You may recall that the Heliopolis creation story involved 9 deities known as the Ennead. The final generation included the male-female pair Osiris and Isis, as well as another couple, Set and Nephthys. Osiris and Isis, and frankly all the Egyptian gods, are complicated characters who evolve over time. The dynastic period in Egyptian history alone lasts about 3,000 years, so we should expect some change on the basis of time alone. Factor into that the political shifts, the impact of contact with other cultures, and the different personalities of the dominant cities, Heliopolis, Hermopolis, and Memphis, and it only makes sense that the mythologies about the gods would evolve. In addition, Egyptian culture seemed to conserve old stories about the gods as new stories developed, rather than replacing them. So over time, the Egyptians built up layers upon layers of stories, some of which contradicted each other. And by the way, we'll see this occur in other mythological traditions as well, particularly with the Indian mythologies. Finally, as scholar D.A. Mackenzie puts it, the gods tend to bud other gods. In other words, one god, for example, Ra, will become manifest in multiple forms, like the multiple heads of a hydra. Gods appear in different forms, with different aspects of their personalities highlighted in different myth streams. And it'll help to keep all of this in mind as we move forward. According to the mythology, Osiris was the great-grandson of Ra, the son of Geb and Nut, who were created by Ra out of the original primordial waters. Osiris succeeded on the throne as king of Egypt when Ra receded from the earth, and he was very active in human affairs. According to the mythology, he ruled justly, setting laws in place that led to a peaceful society. He also taught the Egyptians agricultural techniques so they could produce plentiful harvests. He was the model of a good king. Now, Osiris's consort or sexual partner was Isis, his sister. This sounds strange to our ears, but in Egyptian mythology, this is no big deal. Isis was also a goddess, but like Ra, their great-grandfather, and Osiris, she willingly lived as a mortal for a time on the earth, as Osiris's queen. There's not a lot of mythology about Osiris until he was attacked by his brother Set. In one well-known myth recorded by Plutarch, Osiris hosted a banquet and his brother Set attended. Set brought a beautiful, masterfully crafted chest with him and promised it as a gift to anyone whose body fit its interior dimensions perfectly to the exact measurements. Every man at the banquet tried and failed, and then Osiris stepped up. Now Set had crafted the chest so that it would fit Osiris perfectly because he had ulterior motives. When Osiris stepped into the chest, Set and his evil companion slammed the chest closed and whisked Osiris away before Osiris's men could stop them. Set and his men threw the chest into the Nile River and sent Osiris down the Nile into the ocean. Set took over as king, and Isis was cast aside. Immediately, Isis set out to find her lost, dead husband. According to one version of the story, Osiris's coffin chest was eventually salvaged by a trading ship and brought to Egypt. Set found out about this. He knew that Isis was trying to find Osiris's body, so Set tracked down Osiris's coffin chest first. He removed Osiris's body, and he cut Osiris's corpse into many parts, scattering those parts throughout Egypt so that they would never be found. However, Isis was so devoted that she managed to find and gather all the parts of Osiris's dismembered body, except for one part, his penis. Set had thrown Osiris's penis into the Nile River, and a fish ate it. Isis reassembled Osiris with the body parts she had, and then she gave him a golden phallus to replace the one that had been lost. She then restored him to life. In an old version of the story, Horus, Isis and Osiris's firstborn son, is conceived with this golden phallus. When Isis became pregnant with Horus, she became afraid that Set would try to kill the son in her womb. So when it came time to give birth, she hid in the Nile marshes and delivered Horus in secret. According to the mythology, Horus eventually grew up and battled with Set in order to avenge his father's murder. From the time that Osiris is murdered, even though he's resurrected thanks to the efforts of Isis, he never loses his association with death. He is therefore primarily known as the god of the underworld. Stories about Osiris go back thousands of years. In some of the oldest texts, he's known as the foremost of the Westerners. This title dates back to at least the first dynasty, about 3100 BCE, and it refers to Osiris's role as ruler of the land of the dead. Now, the dead were associated with the West, where the sun set each day, so it seemed natural to make the god of the dead the lord of those in the western region. Osiris is also known as Wen-Nefer, which means the one who continues in perfection, referring to his life and power after death. He's a renewal and a resurrection god. Osiris is also referenced in the pyramid texts, dating back to the 24th century BCE. For example, one incantation for the preservation of a pyramid or a tomb declares, "As the name of Osiris and Abydos endures, so may the name of so-and-so endure, so may this pyramid of so-and-so endure. As the name of Osiris, as first of the Westerners endures, so may the name of so-and-so endure. So may this pyramid of so-and-so endure. So may this his temple endure, likewise, forever and ever." Now, Abydos was the site of a necropolis for the earliest Egyptian royalty, and later it became a pilgrimage center for the worship of Osiris. Literature referring to Osiris continues to be produced for several centuries into the late period, beginning about 712 BCE. This literature includes the text from the Shabaka stone, a famous carved basalt stela that, as I mentioned in the last lecture, dates from about 700 BCE. The stone was installed in the Temple of Ptah at Memphis in the late 8th century BCE. At some point, the stone was moved, although no one knows when or why. The British Museum states that it was once used as a millstone, and somewhere along the way it was badly damaged, and again, we don't know how or why. In 1805, the stone was donated by the Earl of Spencer, George John, to the British Museum in 1805, and it is still there today. The Shabaka stone is thought to record teachings that originated in the temple in Memphis. Although dated to about 700 BCE, it clearly draws from material that's much older. The stone includes one section that begins with reference to Osiris's burial. The segment of the stone that records the story is very badly damaged, so it's not entirely clear what's going on. We're told that Osiris is flailing in the water, and Horus commands Isis and Nephthys, Osiris's sister and fellow deity, to grasp Osiris and to prevent his drowning. They respond in time, and they bring Osiris to a royal fortress. The text reads, "Thus Osiris came into the earth at the royal fortress, to the north of the land to which he had come. His son Horus arose as king of Upper Egypt, arose as king of Lower Egypt. in the embrace of his father Osiris and of the gods in front of him and behind him. In this story, we see Osiris removed from kingship permanently and replaced by his son, Horus. Perhaps the greatest source of cult information about Osiris is found on the iconographic stela from the Middle Kingdom, dated approximately 1900 BCE and now housed in the Berlin Museum. The name iconographic refers to a high official in the court of the pharaoh Senusret III, who sent iconographic to Abydos to restore a temple of Osiris and to celebrate a festival there. The inscription on the stela describes a public 5-day festival focused on Osiris. And according to the stela, on the first day of the festival, a mock battle was performed in which Osiris's enemies were defeated. On the second day, Osiris's body was processed from his temple to his tomb, transported in a boat. The third day was a day of mourning, and on the fourth day a funeral was performed. On the fifth day, Osiris's resurrection was celebrated at sunrise, and he was crowned as the Lord of Maat, meaning truth, balance, or order. Now here, Maat isn't a goddess, but an abstract concept, and Osiris is the god who establishes and upholds order, balance, and truth. In his role as Lord of the Dead, Osiris is involved in judging the souls of the dead to determine where they will reside in the afterlife, and he was known as a merciful judge. He's given the titles Lord of Love, and he who is eternally merciful and useful. In the Old Kingdom, kings actually had the potential to become Osiris in death. And like Osiris, they would be resurrected from the dead and live throughout eternity in the underworld. Beginning around 2000 BCE, the opportunity expanded so that eventually all Egyptians had the possibility of becoming Osiris in the afterworld, if they paid for the necessary rituals. According to the myth, the dead person would be tried by 42 divine judges, probably reflecting the 42 regions of ancient Egypt. If the deceased had lived a life marked by Maat, he would be permitted to join Osiris. But if he had not, the soul would be given over to Ammit, the devourer goddess. Eventually, Osiris became associated more broadly with the death and resurrection of nature overall. He was seen as governing the annual cycles, in which vegetation appeared to die and then to be reborn in the following season. As a result, he's sometimes known as the corn god. Similarly, he became associated with the annual recession and flooding of the Nile itself, the source of all agricultural life. Now, images of Osiris usually portray him as a man with green skin, and this comes from his association with the Nile, particularly the Nile River when it first rises at the beginning of the flooding season after an annual period of drought. At this time, the Nile has a green color to it, and Osiris became associated with this green color along with the Nile's fertility and the broader concept of rebirth. Osiris is also portrayed with a pharaoh's beard. His legs are often wrapped like mummies' legs, bandaged and secured tightly against one another, indicating his affiliation with death. He wears a crown similar to the white crown associated with the rulers of Upper Egypt. 2 large ostrich feathers are attached to each side of the crown, and he holds a crook or a staff, which scholars think is intended to represent him as a shepherd god. Finally, he also carries a flail, which may symbolize fertility in the land, and he's often wearing a crown with feathers. Occasionally, he's also portrayed with a moon crescent attached to this crown, suggesting that he's also been understood to be a moon god. Osiris was so significant that non-Egyptian writers recorded versions of his myths after the fall of Egyptian self-rule. Plutarch, the Greek historian, collected many of the stories of ancient Egypt, and he offers an account of Osiris's murder and Horus's birth that differs a little bit from the one I just described. According to Plutarch, Egyptian mythology taught that the god Set conspired with the queen of Ethiopia and 72 co-conspirators to assassinate Osiris. This probably reflects the political tensions between Upper and Lower Egypt before they were unified. Remember that Set was associated with Upper Egypt and Horus with Lower Egypt. It would have been politically advantageous for Set to secure a foreign ally or two to try to unseat Osiris, and this political know-how emerges in the mythology. Plutarch, writing in the 1st century CE, reflected on the Osiris myth. He comments that the Osiris resurrection mythology reinforces Osiris's link with agriculture. Plutarch describes the annual festival commemorating Osiris's death. As we've seen, the annual 5-day festival honoring Osiris dramatized his murder, his dismemberment, and his resurrection. But the festival also involved more metaphorical elements. Plutarch notes that the annual festival remembering Osiris's death was held the same day that grain was to be planted. Osiris's death mimicked the burial of the grain in the ground, and his resurrection was played out in the sprouting of the new grain. The Osiris festival depicted this with the construction of Osiris beds, wooden planters shaped like Osiris on his back. The planters were filled with soil and planted with seeds. The sprouting of the seeds became a visual representation of Osiris's resurrection and the promise of the annual renewal of the seasons. One 1st century BCE Greek writer gives us another version of the Osiris myth. He describes Osiris as an ancient Egyptian king who was murdered by his brother Typhon. Typhon, who is associated with Set in ancient Egyptian thought, cuts Osiris's body into 26 pieces, and he gives them to his accomplices in order to implicate them in Osiris's murder. Isis and Heracles, who is associated with Horus, avenge Osiris's death together. They collect Osiris's body parts, and then they bury Osiris. Then they establish various centers of worship in his honor. As you can see, there's a rich and intriguing body of mythology attached to Osiris. He's a beloved figure in ancient Egyptian mythology, portrayed as the prototype of a good king. More importantly, he's a sympathetic victim, betrayed and murdered by a close family member, rescued by his sister consort, and avenged by his son. Yet at the end of the day, he's cast into the underworld, where he remains to judge the dead. There's a distinctive kind of intimacy that you feel with Osiris. I find myself wanting to console him for all the suffering he endures, while at the same time wanting to make sure I don't actually run into him too soon in the realm of the dead. And it's clear that the ancient Egyptians had a similar empathetic yet reserved relationship with him as well. We turn now to Horus. In some ways, Horus is more complicated than Osiris because he takes on different forms. I can't describe all of Horus's forms today, but we'll highlight a few to get a feel for his role in ancient Egyptian mythology and worship. The earliest form of Horus is the patron god of Nekhen, the pre-dynastic royal residence of the kings of Upper Egypt. In this form, he's the first national god that we know of. In these earliest myths, he's the brother of Isis, Osiris, Set, and Nephthys. Over time, this changes and he becomes known as Isis's son. Horus is also known as the sky god. In this form, he's associated with the sun and the moon. The sun was his right eye and the moon his left eye. According to the myth, when Horus battled Set, his left eye was gouged out, and a new eye was created from part of the moon god, but it never shone quite as brightly as his right eye. Horus is also known as Horus the Great, or Horus the Elder, when he's associated with war. This title refers to his triumph over Set. According to the mythology, Horus and Set battled not just because Set murdered Horus's father, but also to determine who would control Egypt. Over time, Set became known not only as Osiris's jealous brother, but as the god of storms, disorder, violence, the desert, and foreigners, all the things that Egyptians feared most. He's the embodiment of danger, which explains why Horus and he have an ongoing antagonistic relationship right from the start. Egyptian mythology describes a climactic battle between Horus and Set, reminiscent of the hand-to-hand fight that always seems to come at the end of action movies between the hero and his arch-nemesis. Horus and Set struggled with one another, but they were equally matched, so they fought on, neither one victorious, until the remaining gods became tired of the destruction they were causing. Their battle only ended because the gods decided to side with Horus, ultimately causing Set's defeat. Now think for a moment about the symbolism of this. The gods side with Horus, Osiris's son, and the god associated with the pharaoh's rule over Egypt, against the god representing disorder and foreigners. This is pretty convenient mythology for the pharaohs. In another role, as Horus the Elder, Horus is represented as a falcon, and the common hieroglyph for Horus is a falcon in profile. Now, sometimes Horus appears in the full form of a falcon, but at other times he has a human body, but a falcon head. As the falcon, Horus guides the sun and the moon across the sky. Or alternatively, the sun and the moon are actually his right and his left eye. Occasionally, Horus is depicted as a naked youth sitting on a lotus flower with his mother, actually holding his finger in his mouth. In this form, he's known as the good Horus, a good and obedient son. But Horus is not always obedient. In a minor myth, Horus becomes angry with his mother, Isis, and actually cuts off her head. Isis replaces her head with a cow's head. And this brief story may explain why cow horns are often included as part of Isis's headdress. It's also an interesting parallel to the Hindu myth about the god Ganesh, who also loses his head and has it replaced with an animal head. We'll do more on that in an upcoming lecture. It may help us to understand the mythology around Horus if we remember that Egyptian mythology is intended to be understood symbolically, not literally. According to Egyptian thought, the gods lived in a realm that was beyond human understanding, and their actions were also unintelligible to humans. This was in part due to the fact that they had lived and acted in the mythic linear time period prior to our current age, which we discussed last lecture. As a result, Egyptian mythology was viewed largely as a metaphor, and this is particularly true of Horus's mythology. For example, the Contendings of Horus and Set describes battles between Horus and Set. This text dates to the 20th dynasty, so roughly between 1190 and 1070 BCE. It's funny and it's lively, and it presents a stark contrast between Horus and Set. In this same struggle, Set loses a testicle. Now, this loss can be understood symbolically as a metaphor for the infertility of Upper Egypt, the desert region, and the region that Set is associated with. There's another set of stories often interpreted as a metaphor for Lower Egypt's defeat of Upper Egypt. In the Chester Beatty Papyrus I, which contains the Contendings of Horus and Set story, Set attempts to seduce Horus and to have sex with him, and most scholars interpret this as an attempt by Set to demonstrate his dominance over Horus. Horus, however, tricks Set. He catches Set's semen in his hand, and then he throws it into the river. Then Horus spreads his own semen on some lettuce, and he feeds it to Set. Horus and Set then ask the rest of the gods to determine who is dominant. The gods call forth the semen, and Horus's semen answers from inside Set, and Horus is declared the victor. Set becomes furious at this, and he refuses to just step aside. Finally, Horus and Set compete in a boat race to determine who will rule over the land. Now, unbeknownst to him, Set's boat is made of stone, so it sinks. But Horus sails in a boat painted to look like stone, but really made of wood. Horus wins the race, and Set finally concedes, officially acknowledging Horus as the ruler over all Egypt. Horus enjoys great popularity for many centuries, particularly in his role as the one who defeats Set and unifies Upper and Lower Egypt. As time passes, however, Horus begins to take a backseat to another god. In the 5th dynasty, around 2400 BCE, Horus is supplanted by Ra, the sun god, who takes on increasing importance in Egyptian thought and mythology. The third major Egyptian god, the sun god Ra, appears in old Egyptian mythology, and over time he evolves into a nationally recognized deity. Some scholars link his rise to the breakdown of national unity that occurs at the end of the Old Kingdom around 2150 BCE. By the time of the 3rd dynasty, which inaugurates the Old Kingdom, the pharaohs themselves were viewed as embodiments of Ra. A little bit later, in the 5th dynasty, around 2400 BCE, we see Ra supplanting Horus as supreme deity. He becomes a state god, and the pharaohs describe themselves as sons of Ra. Ra's importance is indicated by the fact that he replaces other deities in Egyptian creation myths, particularly in Heliopolis, literally the city of the sun. For example, Ra's followers claim that Ra was the first god, that he was self-created, and that he was the progenitor of the gods that follow him. In addition, certain myths develop around Ra uniquely. For example, in the myth Ra and the Serpent, Ra speaks in the first person. He describes how he created living creatures. At one point he says, "Shu and Tefnut brought me the eye that looked after them, and I gathered with them and wept for joy. Human beings emerged from the tears that I shed." In the same myth, Ra is also credited with creating animals, plants, and the seasons of the year. Perhaps the most important myth involves Ra's nightly journeys. According to Egyptian mythology, Ra journeys each night through Duat, the land of the dead. He travels from the west, the region where the sun sets, to the east, where the sun rises and begins a new day. During this nightly journey, he meets with Osiris, which guarantees the rising of the sun the next day. Ra also battles each night with Apep, the giant snake god who sleeps coiled just below the horizon. Apep represents chaos, and each night Ra defeats Apep, guaranteeing the triumph of order over chaos in the coming day. More rarely, Ra appears as an aging king, with golden skin, silver bones, and hair of lapis lazuli, the blue semi-precious stone associated with royalty. As we have seen, elaborate mythologies developed around Horus, Osiris, and Ra over the centuries. In particular, the mythologies linked each of them with the pharaohs. It's easy to see how the pharaohs benefited from this association. But for the link between the pharaohs and the gods to persist for thousands of years, the Egyptian people as a whole had to buy into the idea that the pharaoh was a form of Horus, Osiris, or Ra. So what made this idea plausible to the everyday Egyptian? Well, fundamentally, the myths of Osiris, Horus, and Ra each spoke to basic concerns of everyday Egyptians. Osiris's mythology addresses the question of what happens after death. His stories are one part of a sophisticated answer to that question. Osiris's mythology points to a universe that rewards a moral life and punishes an unjust one. Similarly, Horus's mythology speaks to the historical development of Egypt as a unified kingdom. Because of Horus, Egyptians never forgot the pre-dynastic period, when Upper and Lower Egypt were at war with one another. Horus's mythology is a reminder of the kind of violence that can occur when kingdoms are divided. And it offers evidence that Egyptian culture took pride in its dedication to social and moral order. Finally, Ra's mythology celebrates the sun, order, and more broadly the importance of the natural and agricultural cycles in Egyptian life. Everyone's prosperity depended on the seasonal flooding and recession of the Nile, and on the sun shining on the grain. Eventually, the pharaoh himself was conflated with the sun god Ra as the ultimate symbol of power. All three of these deities were linked to the Egyptian sense of their unique status in the world. Foreign enemies were all lumped together under the title Nine Bows, and they were seen as people who threatened orderly Egyptian life. The number 3 represented many or plurality, so 9, the multiple of 3 times 3, signified the many times the many. The bow represented all the weapons enemies threatened Egypt with. So thus the 9 bows meant the full complement of armies arrayed against Egypt. Egypt in its own eyes stood alone against these gathered world powers. What finally undermined the Egyptian mythologies of Horus, Osiris, and Ra? Egyptian civilization stood in the face of some of the greatest powers in the ancient Near East, through the Hellenistic, Ptolemaic, and Roman periods, and the Egyptian god mythologies continued to flourish. However, when Christianity came to Egypt, it came with its own mythology of a single universal God. And by mythology here, I mean the body of stories through which the Christians interpreted the world, their foundational narratives linked largely to religious beliefs that set the terms for their engagement with other cultures. This mythology was absolutely crucial to the Christians, and it could not coexist with Egyptian polytheism. As a result, once Christians obtained political power within the Roman Empire in the 4th century CE, they forbade worship at pagan temples in Egypt, precisely because it contradicted Christian monotheism. Ra's cult died out quickly as Christianity spread. The cult of Osiris died more slowly. It was finally abolished in the 6th century. However, it's good for us to remember that Ra, Horus, and Osiris were important for many centuries in ancient Egypt, particularly because their legacies were taken up in mythologies surrounding Egyptian pharaohs. And we turn to those stories in our next lecture.
This lecture is titled Myths of the Pharaohs.
On March 30th, 1972, doors opened in London for an exhibition of one of the most important archaeological finds the West had ever seen, artifacts discovered in King Tutankhamun's tomb. When archaeologists opened the king's tomb, they found it held more treasures than they had ever found previously in any Egyptian pharaoh's tomb. King Tutankhamun was surrounded with vases, statues, weapons, and religious artifacts. The archaeologists found chests full of jewels and even gilded chariots. They found a royal throne covered in jewels and silver, and the mummified king was encased in a solid gold coffin, a sarcophagus. Now, these treasures were impressive, but remember, they had been locked in stone for millennia, never meant for earthly eyes again. What would prompt a culture to surround a dead man with this amount of wealth? The answer lies in the fact that the kings and pharaohs of Egypt played a pivotal role in Egyptian culture. These human rulers were charged with a superhuman task, maintaining social, political, and even cosmic order or Ma'at throughout the land. The pharaoh was God on earth, and as such he had tremendous power, and as such he was inextricably bound up with the ancient Egyptian mythology. It was believed that he would remain powerful in the afterlife, and would therefore have need of his most valuable possessions. 330 pharaohs ruled Egypt from roughly 3000 BCE with the first unified kingdom until 30 BCE, when Rome first established a province in Egypt, after Augustus Caesar defeated Mark Antony. In this lecture, we'll look at some of the myths of the pharaohs. This includes myths about the pharaohs themselves, including stories of their birth, their life achievements, and their passage after death to the field of reeds. We'll see that these myths tended to hammer home several themes: the pharaoh's divine lineage, his divine right to rule, and his responsibility to sustain order in the world. As we begin, keep in mind that ancient Egyptian myth comes to us in very different forms than classical Greek and Roman myths. The stories we know about the pharaohs come from sources such as tomb inscriptions, funerary texts, magical incantations recorded on papyri, and other engravings, not just from straightforward narratives. Egyptian myths are also often transmitted via pictures or symbols, and they come to us in small units. Lengthy narratives are virtually non-existent. However, I still think it's appropriate to understand the body of writings that focus on the gods and the pharaohs as mythology. Egyptologist John Baines has defined myth as a sacred or a culturally central narrative, and this definition is pretty much how I understand myth as well. In the last lecture, we focused on myths associated with the gods, but there's also a body of mythology attached to the Egyptian pharaohs. And this is in part because the pharaohs came to be seen as the incarnation of the gods. As a result, mythology about certain gods, especially Ra and Horus, was often conflated with stories about the pharaohs. Sometimes Egyptian mythology is also conflated with history, and scholars continue to debate whether certain representations should be approached as accurate historical records or as mythological units. For the Egyptians, myth was largely representative, metaphorical. It translated abstract reality into concrete form. Egyptian gods represented natural forces and elements, as well as human personality traits and moral forces at work. Egyptians explored the natural dynamics of the created world, the social dynamics of the human world, and the moral and theological dynamics of the spiritual world through their mythology. Interactions between gods, nature, and humans, especially in the person of the pharaoh, gave form to abstract understandings of the nature of the universe and to human existence. And the pharaoh was located right at the center of all of this. The pharaohs, as divine representatives on earth, starred in stories just as Horus and Osiris did. In many ways, they functioned as a bridge between mundane human existence and the realms of the gods. One of the earliest known myths about the pharaohs is in the West Kar papyrus, dated to the Middle Kingdom around the 17th century BCE. The West Kar papyrus is named for Henry Westcar, who reportedly came across the papyrus during his travels in Egypt in 1823 or 1824, although Westcar never exactly describes the circumstances under which he found the document. The text on the papyrus describes the birth of 3 kings, sons of a high priest to the god Ra. According to the myth, the high priest's wife, Redjedet, had a difficult labor with her 3 sons, triplets. Ra ordered several goddesses to help Redjedet through the births. Now, Ra provided this aid because the 3 sons were destined to end the current royal lineage and to become kings themselves. The goddesses came to the household, but disguised as entertainers, sometimes described as musicians and sometimes identified as dancing girls. The creator god, who gives the breath of life, also came with them, also disguised. When each son was born, the goddesses secretly prophesied that each of them would become a king of Egypt, despite the fact that none of them came from the current ruling household. Now, this couldn't be known widely because the sons would be seen as a threat to the existing royal family. The creator god gave each child the gift of strength so that when he grew to manhood, he could rule with power. Then the goddess Isis declared, "Let us work a miracle on behalf of these sons, so their father, the high priest, will know that we visited this household." They made royal crowns for each son, and they hid them in barley that was in the high priest's cellar. Before they left, they told the high priest that they would return for this barley, and he was to keep it safe for them. He agreed, still not knowing that they were goddesses. A few weeks later, Redjedet asked a servant to make beer, but the only grain left in the cellar to make beer from was the barley being kept for the entertainers who had visited the household. The high priest ordered his servant to use this barley, declaring that he would pay the visitors back for the barley's value when they returned. When the servant entered the cellar, she heard music. She quickly called her mistress, and when the mistress came to the cellar, she too heard the music, and she determined that it was coming from the sacks of barley. The sacks were enchanted. The mistress of the household and her husband rejoiced, taking the enchanted sacks as corroboration of the prophecy about their sons. The priest and his wife also determined that the current ruler might feel threatened if he discovered that goddesses had visited the priest's household instead of his own. Given the prophecies, they became concerned that their sons might be in danger, so they decided to keep the prophecy a secret in the household. Unfortunately, the mistress of the household had an argument with a servant girl in the house, and she struck her. This servant became angry, and she decided to betray the household by revealing the secret of the magic barley sacks to the king. As she set out to reveal the secret, her brother tried to stop her, but to no avail. Then, the story says, quite abruptly, that she was devoured by a crocodile on the banks of the Nile River. The Westcar Papyrus cuts off right here, but the implication is that the 3 young boys' lives are saved, and they grow up to become kings of Egypt. There's a lot going on in this seemingly simple myth. First, the story ties human kings to the gods and goddesses. It even teaches that the gods and the goddesses selected the pharaohs of Egypt, protecting them from threats. Birth narratives such as this one legitimated the rule of individual pharaohs and even suggested that if someone tried to overthrow a pharaoh, nature and the Nile itself would rise up to protect the king. Second, it suggests that elements of the natural world will conspire to protect a king whom the gods and goddesses have selected. The crocodile represents destiny, rising out of the Nile to protect the future kings. It's also possible that the crocodile would have been associated with the crocodile god Sobek, who by the Middle Kingdom had become quite a prominent deity. He was associated with protection in general, and during the Middle Kingdom he became associated more closely with divine kingship. The gods and nature work together throughout the story to make sure that the rightful establishment of a new royal household occurs. The act of devouring the servant girl would also have been a cautionary tale against would-be traitors. At least one scholar, Verena Lepper, has argued that this story may have grown out of historical events. Lepper argues that the figure of Redjedet, the mother, may have been inspired by Queen Kenthaus I from the end of the 4th dynasty, some 8 centuries earlier. Now, other evidence challenges Lepper's argument, but the general point that mythology about kings may have been inspired by actual changes in ruling households seems worth considering. In addition to the birth mythologies, the Egyptians recorded other myths designed to illustrate the pharaoh's extraordinary abilities and their importance in Egyptian national life. For example, several tombs spanning 3 centuries contain variations of the same basic myth. The king is buried in the tomb, and he's shown triumphing over a Libyan king. The foreign king is executed, his family is taken captive, and thousands of his animals are taken as booty. This scene is repeated over and over in multiple tombs, so the story probably doesn't record real history. Instead, it's better understood as a paradigmatic myth, arguing that one of an Egyptian pharaoh's most important roles was to protect Egypt from foreigners. Beginning in the 19th century BCE, for over 4 centuries, we find dozens of stories that describe Egyptian rulers defeating their enemies with remarkable displays of skill in warfare, specifically with archery and horsemanship skills. These myths culminate in 15th century BCE myths about Amenhotep II. Amenhotep is depicted rowing a boat of 200 men all by himself, successfully shooting at 4 targets while racing a chariot full speed down a parade ground, and guarding 300 captives for an entire night single-handedly with just a battle axe as his weapon. While these stories are presented as history and they actually refer to witnesses, they describe physically impossible tasks. It's better to think of them as superhero mythologies, presenting the Egyptian ruler as superhuman in his abilities. But the body of mythology that presented the pharaoh served a political purpose. The stories were ultimately meant to underscore the security of the Egyptian people. The pharaoh embodied political, social, military, and moral security. In the pharaoh, all the reasons that the Egyptian people could feel optimistic about their future were given concrete expression. The mythology surrounding him was meant to reassure the Egyptians as a whole that they could be confident about their place in the world. Finally, there is mythology describing the pharaoh's journey after death. The pyramid texts are among the oldest texts in the world, dating to 2400 BCE. They were found carved into the walls surrounding the antechamber and the sarcophagus of King Unes's tomb, in a small pyramid dating to the Old Kingdom period. The pyramid texts include instructions to the deceased pharaoh regarding what to do after death to make the journey to the underworld. For example, one utterance directed at Teti, the first pharaoh of the 6th dynasty, says, "Rise up, O Teti, take your head, collect your bones, gather your limbs, and shake the earth from your flesh. Take up your bread, which doesn't rot, and your beer that doesn't sour. Stand at the gates that bar the common people. The gatekeeper comes out to you. He takes your hand and guides you into heaven to your father Geb. Geb rejoices at your coming, gives you his hands, kisses you, caresses you, and sets you before the spirits, the imperishable stars." The pyramid texts also include a series of refrains declaring that the pharaoh is not actually dead, but alive. A culminating line in the series declares of Unas, the last pharaoh of the 5th dynasty, "He lives, this Unas lives. He is not dead, this Unas is not dead. He has not gone down, this Unas is not gone down. He has not been judged, this Unas has not been judged. He judges, this Unas judges." Now it's clear from the structure of the text that the dead Unas is meant to be conflated with Osiris, the lord of the underworld and the judge of all dead souls. Finally, the pyramid texts include magical incantations meant to protect the pharaoh's body as he journeyed in the afterlife and to help him rise to the heavens. One of the most famous incantations refers to a well-known myth of the deceased pharaoh's journey in a boat, guided by a celestial ferryman. The pyramid texts include utterances directed to this ferryman. The utterances always praise the deceased pharaoh, linking him with the gods. The material written in the pyramid texts gives us a glimpse into how the ancient Egyptians imagined the afterlife, at least as it was experienced by pharaohs. Other texts pick up on themes and imagery associated with the pharaohs found in the pyramid texts. The Book of the Dead has its origins in spells dating back to 2000 BCE, spells designed to guide the deceased to the underworld. Unlike the pyramid texts, the Book of the Dead includes illustrations, and in these illustrations we find the ferryman to the underworld portrayed with his face turned to look behind him and with a flail on his lap. In the illustration, the deceased pharaoh stands in front of the ferryman, wearing his best linen robe and with his hand outstretched in a greeting. Actual boats have been found in tombs beginning in the 6th dynasty, some small scale, but others full scale. The final destination for the pharaoh was Aru, the field of reeds or the field of offerings, an idealized version of the fertile Nile River banks. The field of reeds was located in the east where the sun rose, and it offered flowing streams, verdant trees, and plentiful hunting and fishing. There was no illness or sorrow there. The social hierarchy from this world was preserved in the afterlife, so pharaohs remained pharaohs and commoners remained commoners, although their afterlife was significantly more comfortable than their earthly life had been. In addition to the mythologies about the pharaohs found on papyri, public inscriptions, and tomb decorations, there were also hidden mythologies embedded in the very titles of the pharaohs. The word pharaoh means great house, referring to the king's palace. Gradually, over time, it came to refer to an individual. In the 15th century BCE, under Thutmose III, it began to be used as the form of address for the king, who at that time was also considered the son of Ra. We know that Amenhotep IV, also known as Akhenaten, was addressed as pharaoh in the 14th century BCE. The title itself implied a mythology about the pharaohs. They were part of a divine lineage that traced itself back to Ra, the sun god. Other epithets were often included along with the names of pharaohs. Epithets functioned as a kind of a shorthand, linking the ruler to specific mythologies, linking the pharaoh with specific gods. For example, by the New Kingdom period, a ruler could have as many as 5 titles. One of the pharaoh's titles was known as his Horus name, a title that reminded everyone that the pharaoh was understood as the current manifestation of Horus to his people. Now, as Horus's manifestation, he was part of the Horus mythology, especially the defeat of Upper Egypt and the unification of the kingdom. Various titles given as Horus names included Horus the Strong, Horus the Fighter, and Horus, Lord of the Sun. One title was the Golden Horus name, also known as the Golden Falcon name. Now, this title referred to the king's divine status. The gold referred to may have been a reference to the sun's golden rays, or to the idea that divine bodies, and therefore the pharaoh's bodies, were made of gold. The gold sign may also be a reference to Nupt, said to be the city of Set, which was known as a plentiful source of gold. So the Golden Horus name referred simultaneously to the divine status of the pharaoh and to his command over the wealth of natural resources within the lands of the unified kingdom. Similarly, rulers took on Nebti names, which associated them with the goddesses of Upper and Lower Egypt, Nekhbet and Wadjet. Like the Horus name, this name broadcast some specific quality that the pharaoh possessed that came from his link to the goddesses. Interestingly, a few myths developed about commoners as well. One of the most famous is Imhotep, who lived in the 27th century BCE. Imhotep was chancellor to the pharaoh and a high priest to the sun god in Heliopolis, so he occupied a critical administrative, political, social, and cultic position. Despite this exalted position, however, he was a commoner. Imhotep wrote a medical treatise that's remarkable for its scientific rather than magical approach to healing. And he's also known as the first architect in history. Imhotep was so influential that he was elevated to the status of a deity after his death. And mythology about his life was developed to support the idea that he had in fact been divine all along. Now, this is highly unusual. Most commoners had no hope of ever rising in the social hierarchy, let alone enjoying being elevated to divine status. Imhotep's mother was a mortal, but she was elevated later to semi-divine status by claims that she was the daughter of Bene-Abjedet, an ancient Egyptian ram god. Alternatively, Imhotep's mother was sometimes said to be Sekhmet, a war goddess and the consort of Ptah, the creator god according to Memphis theology. This mythic genealogy justified Imhotep's title as son of Ptah. Imhotep is also said to have helped end a 7-year drought. Another text describes Imhotep rescuing his young sister from a king who tries to take her for himself. The mythological genealogies and other stories provide justification for Imhotep's eventual elevation to the status of God. A handful of other commoners over the centuries received similar treatment, enjoying mythological stories of their origins and their achievements in order to justify their elevation to divinity. For the most part, however, most commoners remained in the social station they occupied at birth, never daring to dream that they would enjoy either the earthly life or the afterlife existence enjoyed by the pharaohs. Pharaohs were not simply the object of mythology. From time to time, certain pharaohs spread mythologies themselves. One of the most extreme examples occurred when King Amenhotep IV took the throne in the 14th century BCE. About 5 years into his reign, Amenhotep changed his name to Akhenaten, meaning living spirit of Aten, referring to the god Aten. whom Akhenaten tried to elevate to the level of a single supreme god. Akhenaten also changed his epithets. His Horus name became Strong Bull, Beloved of Aten. His Nepti name became Great of Kingship in Akhet-Aten, the new city that Akhenaten had built. And his golden Horus name became Exalter of the Name of Aten. Inscriptions and images created during Akhenaten's reign minimize and sometimes completely exclude references to gods other than Aten. In fact, we know that he ordered that the names of gods, particularly that of Amun, the central Egyptian deity at the time, to be removed from public monuments and even from some private tombs. Akhenaten also ordered that the name of Aten was no longer to be represented by the hieroglyph of a sun, but instead to be spelled out phonetically. In making this change, Akhenaten was trying to change the view of Aten as just a sun god to an abstract, universal, all-encompassing presence. Under Akhenaten, the great hymn to Aten was composed. This is an extended poem that celebrates Aten as the single creator god. This tribute describes Aten's deeds and qualities as the sole god who created all things, the earth, animals, vegetation, and people. He is also solely responsible for setting each man in his place and for determining his lifespan. One section reads, "O sole God, there is no other like you. You created the world according to your desire while you were alone. All man, all cattle, and wild beasts, whatever is upon the earth, crawling upon feet, and whatever is on high, flying with wings." In celebrating this new version of the singular solar deity, Akhenaten seems to have suppressed mythology about Osiris, the netherworld, or a life after death. The hymns, stelae, and temple decorations produced under Akhenaten's rule don't include references to anything other than the present realm. Akhenaten himself replaces Osiris as judge of the dead. What doesn't change in all of this is the unique status of the pharaoh. The great hymn to Aten describes a son who is born from the god Aten's body. This son, who is named as the pharaoh Akhenaten himself, has been given Aten's strength, and he upholds Aten's ways. He's charged with maintaining Ma'at, and he's recognized within the poem as lord over Upper and Lower Egypt. The great hymn of Aten lays out a mythology that resonates with previous Egyptian creation mythology, but makes Aten the sole creator. With this mythology, it seems that the pharaoh Akhenaten was attempting to make a tremendous change to the religious worldview of Egypt, promoting the elevation of one supreme deity, the sun deity, over others. It may, in fact, have been an extreme expression of faith in the sun's dependability and its importance in Egyptian life. Some scholars have argued that Akhenaten was even trying to go further, to establish monotheism. Some have even claimed that this was the first time in recorded history that a new religion was established. Well, Akhenaten's changes failed to take hold, and after his death, the preeminence of Amun was swiftly reestablished under the rule of his own son. But the mythology that Akhenaten left behind is important as an artifact of one man's attempt to change the worldview of an entire people. And it's from the tomb of his son, Tutankhamun, that we've learned so much about the lives and the deaths of Egypt's pharaohs. The last pharaoh of Egypt was Cleopatra. Cleopatra VII Philopator was the daughter of Ptolemy XII Auletes. She came from the Greek royal dynasty that had ruled Egypt since the time of Alexander the Great. And above and beyond her familial roots, she described herself as a reincarnation of the goddess Isis. As we all know from the Elizabeth Taylor movie, Cleopatra became Julius Caesar's lover, and she bore him a son. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE, Cleopatra then became the lover of the Roman general Mark Antony. Shortly after Mark Antony was defeated in battle, he committed suicide, and Cleopatra followed suit. According to Plutarch, Cleopatra found an asp hidden in a basket of figs that was brought to her. After eating a fig, she held out her arm and let the asp bite her. and she was found dead with her handmaiden dying beside her. Upon her death, her son attempted to replace her as pharaoh, but the Roman ruler Augustus Caesar had him assassinated. In order to strengthen her position in Egypt while she was in power, Cleopatra commissioned artwork that portrayed her as the goddess Isis, associating herself with motherhood and with magical power. And this identification lasted even into death. Egyptologist Kathleen Martinez claims that Cleopatra wanted to be buried with Mark Antony in Egypt, so that together they could embody the Isis and Osiris myth. Martinez notes, after their deaths, the gods would allow Cleopatra to live with Antony in another form of existence, so they would have eternal life together. Cleopatra died in 30 BCE. With her died the 3,000-year-old line of Egyptian pharaohs and the mythology that surrounded them. Well, maybe not entirely. Some pharaonic mythology continues to this day. There's a colorful body of mythology attached to King Tutankhamun's tomb even to this day, focused on the so-called curse of the pharaohs. According to this myth, anyone who disturbs an ancient Egyptian mummy, especially the mummy of a pharaoh, will suffer severe illness or sudden death. The mythology of this curse became particularly popular in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, particularly around Howard Carter's discovery and excavation of King Tutankhamun's tomb. Make what you will of the following claims. Several members of the team attached to the King Tutankhamun archaeological site died unnatural deaths or became hurt or ill in strange ways. First, a cobra, the symbol of the Egyptian monarchy, was found coiled in Howard Carter's bird cage, with Carter's canary in its mouth. Purportedly, this incident occurred the very day that Carter opened the tomb, and it sparked rumors of a curse that would plague anyone who violated an Egyptian tomb. Then, Lord Carnarvon, the man who financed Carter's excavation, died completely unexpectedly, 6 weeks after Tutankhamun's tomb was opened. He'd been bitten by a mosquito and the bite became infected. He died of blood poisoning. Interestingly, 2 weeks before Lord Carnarvon died, a piece had been published in the New York World magazine warning that dire punishment would befall anyone who violated a sealed tomb. In 1925, Carter gave his friend Bruce Ingham a paperweight when he visited the Tutankhamun tomb. The paperweight supposedly included a mummified hand and a bracelet with an engraved warning, "Cursed be he who moves my body. To him shall come fire, water, and pestilence." Soon after that, Ingham's house burned down, and after it was rebuilt, it was destroyed again by a flood. Finally, Carter's personal secretary was found smothered to death in his own bed. Whether or not King Tutankhamun's tomb was really protected by a curse, the inscription of protective curses on the walls of pharaonic tombs was pretty common up to the time of the Old Kingdom. Now, few of us today believe in their actual power, and famed Egyptologist Donald B. Redford has declared that the so-called curse of the pharaohs is nothing more than unadulterated claptrap. Yet the fact that we all eagerly listen to these stories suggests that this claptrap still captures our so-called modern imaginations. The ancient Egyptian myths celebrate larger-than-life figures who straddled the human and the divine realms. The pharaohs themselves have passed away, but the mythology that surrounded them lives on in subsequent ages. I picture them still, standing upright in the ferryman's boat, faces set with determined expressions and arms outstretched toward a heavenly future. The true afterlife for the pharaohs may be the mythology they left behind for us.
This lecture is titled, The Book of Job.
Once upon a time, there was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job. And that man was blameless and upright in every way. He feared God and he abhorred evil. This is how the book of Job begins. Most scholars agree that the text was written between the 7th and the 4th centuries BCE, but that the core storyline could be hundreds of years older. Yet this ancient text takes on one of the most persistent questions of all time. Why do bad things happen to good people? It might seem strange to include the book of Job in a great mythologies series. We tend to think of it as one of a collection of books in the Old Testament, also known as the Hebrew Bible. But I want to make the case that this story addresses many of the most basic questions of mythology. What is humanity's place in the universe? And what is the nature of the divine? And what meaning can I find in my own human experience? The book of Job sets up a situation in which the protagonist and the audience along with him are forced to ask, what's the nature of suffering? Why do good people suffer? What part do the gods play in suffering? And how do we humans make sense of suffering? I think Job has lasted for so many centuries precisely because it asks these fundamental questions and because it doesn't offer easy answers to these questions. Instead, it reflects the mindset of the ancient Near East, a worldview very foreign to modern Westerners. In addition, the book of Job is a great literary piece. The poet Alfred Lord Tennyson called it the greatest poem of ancient and modern times. The story begins with a very strange scene, one found nowhere else in the Bible. God is holding court in the heavens, and Satan wanders in. God, perhaps glad for a visitor, points down on the earth to the man Job, calling him blameless and upright. Now we hear that Job is blameless and upright over and over in the story, from the narrator and from God himself. It's a key point critical to the moral of the story, so we'll come back to this later. When God points out Job's faithfulness, however, Satan's not impressed. He basically says, well, what did you expect? You've given him every blessing, a loving family, financial success, and good standing in his community. Of course he praises you. And then things get really interesting. Satan challenges God, saying, stretch out your hand now and touch everything Job has, and he'll curse you to your face. Satan basically dares God to take all of Job's blessings away and then see how Job reacts. These are strong words, and God takes the bait. He gives Satan the right to destroy everything Job has except Job himself. Now, before we go any further, we need to stop and consider what just happened here. For seemingly no reason at all, God has allowed Satan to mess with a man's life. We know that Job didn't do anything wrong. The author makes sure to state this in no uncertain terms. Job doesn't deserve to be mistreated. So why does God allow this? What kind of God does this? Over the centuries, many commentators have metaphorically wrung their hands, anxious that we not dwell too long on this problem. But I think the book of Job wants us to ask this very question, even dares us to ask, what kind of God is this? We don't get an answer yet in the story, but it's coming. After God accepts Satan's challenge, God allows Satan to take away everything that Job loves, saying only that Satan can't touch Job himself. And the scene shifts back to earth, and we watch as Job loses almost everything. The description of Job's loss is one of the most poignant moments in the Bible. One by one, Job's servants come to his home, announcing one tragedy after another. First, one tells him that enemies have taken his oxen and his asses and slain his servants. Then another tells him that his sheep and more of his servants have been consumed by a fire. And then another tells him that enemies have taken his camels and killed more servants. And finally, one tells him that a windstorm destroyed his eldest son's home, killing all of Job's children in the process. Each messenger ends his announcement with the eerie refrain, I alone am escaped to tell thee. Every reader is left wondering, how will Job react? And the narrator tells us. Job grieves in traditional Israelite fashion by tearing his garments and shaving his head. But then he worships and praises God. Job mourns for his children, but he refuses to criticize God. And instead he says, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I shall return. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." To underscore the significance of this, the narrator states plainly that Job does not complain to God in any way, not once, and I find this truly remarkable. If the story ended there, we'd have an interesting, but not really unusual hagiography of a man who stayed true to God despite difficult circumstances. But the story continues. An indefinite period of time passes, and then the author repeats a phrase from the first chapter. One day, the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord. Now this phrasing, one day, is the biblical equivalent of once upon a time. And this is exactly the same phrasing that introduced the first conversation between God and Satan. We're taken back up to the heavenly court with Satan strolling in from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down in it. The earlier exchange between God and Satan is repeated, with God boasting about Job's loyalty. And again, the Lord engages Satan in conversation. And again, God points out Job, this time adding the phrase, "You incited me against Job to destroy him for no reason." And this time, Satan goes in for the kill. He cries out, "Skin for skin. A man will give up everything he has to save his life." And Satan dares God to touch Job's bone and his flesh. Once again, God accepts the dare, and he gives Satan permission to afflict Job in any way he chooses. The only requirement is that Satan must spare Job's life. Satan doesn't hold back. He gives Job painful boils all over his body, from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, and Job endures excruciating pain. But despite all of this, the narrator declares that Job does not sin with his lips. He refuses to curse God. And now we come to the major shift in the story. To signal this, the text shifts in form from simple narrative prose to an extended section of poetry, a section that goes on for almost 40 chapters. In the process of making this shift, we're introduced to three new characters, Job's best friends, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar. Most of the rest of the story is an extended conversation between them, but before we move into that conversation, I want to point out one small action that usually goes unnoticed. In chapter 2, Job's three friends show up. They come to comfort Job, and when they first lay eyes on him, they can't believe what they see. Their friend is devastated with grief, and they begin to grieve with Job. And then they do a remarkable thing. The text says, "They sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and no one spoke a word to him." Most scholars explain that the 7 days of grieving parallel what Jews call sitting Shiva. Traditionally, Jews stay at home for 7 days and nights to grieve when a family member dies. What's more remarkable to me is the fact that these friends sit completely silent for those 7 days, simply sitting with their friend. They wait patiently for Job to be the first one to speak. Now take a moment and put yourself in their place. Could you stay silent that long? I couldn't. Job's friend's patience is a remarkable gesture of friendship. That period of silence, of waiting, launches us into the meat of the story. Finally, Job speaks, and the tone of the story changes completely. Job is angry. He can barely contain his outrage. He can't understand why he's been put through all of this suffering. Job starts by declaring, "I wish I'd never been born." And for the next 35 chapters, he asks over and over again the age-old question, why me? Job's friends try to convince him that it must be because he sinned. That's the only possible reason God could be allowing these bad things to happen. Each friend, including a fourth figure, Elihu, who shows up later, comes up with explanations for Job's suffering. And for 35 chapters, Job rejects these explanations. Again and again, he declares that he has lived a righteous life. And we, of course, know that this is true. Both the narrator and God himself have said so. Finally, in chapter 38, God himself begins to speak. And in this moment, we begin to get the real response to Job's question, why me? But the response we get isn't really an answer to Job's question. Instead, God pummels Job with questions of his own. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Like salvos, God launches question after question of his own. Can you send forth lightning? Can you make the Leviathan obey your command? Have you an arm like God? And of course, the answer is obvious. Job is nothing compared with God, the creator of the universe, the Lord of heaven and earth. At one point, Job tries to respond, making a feeble attempt to halt the avalanche of divine questions crashing down on him. But God is having none of it. God keeps pushing and pushing Job until he's made his point 10 times over. God exists and acts and rules over the universe and throughout millennia. Job, on the other hand, is a mere mortal, and his questions have limited significance in the grand scheme of things. Finally, in chapter 42, we get some relief. God's thundering speech comes to an end, and Job responds meekly, thoroughly chastised and completely subdued. He acknowledges God's almighty power, and he confesses his own ignorance. But this ignorance is a different kind of not knowing than he had expressed previously, and this is important. Early on in the book, Job had complained that he didn't understand why God allowed these tragedies to happen to him. But at that point, Job was completely absorbed in his own experience. Job was the focus of the story. By chapter 42, however, the focus has shifted. Now, Job confesses his essential ignorance as a human being. He says, I have uttered what I didn't understand, things too wonderful for me. Job realizes that he was not only ignorant about experiences in his own life, he was ignorant about the very nature of his life as a creature of God. As a human being, Job comes to realize that he has an inherently finite ability to understand the workings of the universe, and Job is moved to humility. This is a tough pill to swallow, and for many people, this is a completely dissatisfying answer to the problem of suffering. Is it really adequate to tell someone that in the grand scheme of things, her own individual experience is relatively unimportant, and she will always be ignorant of the big picture? This is what the book of Job seems to be saying. But don't get completely discouraged. There's a lot more actually going on in the story. At this point, it might be helpful to consider the world that the book of Job came out of. Job originated in ancient Jewish culture. The written version found in the Bible dates to around the 6th century BCE, but the oral tradition, the core story behind the written text, is much older. In the 6th century BCE, the Jews living in what is today part of Israel clashed repeatedly with Babylonian forces to the east, and they suffered devastating military losses. At the climax of this conflict, their land was taken over by the Babylonians. The sacred city of Jerusalem was destroyed, including its temple, which had been built by King Solomon and was the single most important religious site for the nation. The Jewish people were either slaughtered or forced into exile in Babylon. The text of the book of Job that we have was probably written for this community, a community that felt deserted by God. They believed that God had promised them all the land between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River in a covenant made centuries earlier with the patriarch Abraham. But suddenly, this promised land appeared to be gone. The initial audience for the book of Job was trying to figure out how to make sense of the destruction of the sacred temple and of their own exile, because it seemed as if God had reneged on his promises. The character of Job stands in for this community. He experiences the despair and the abandonment that many of these people felt at the time. The book as we have it today is the result of a process called redaction, or editing, that occurred over many decades, even centuries. If you look at the written text, you can actually see where this happened on the page itself. You'll notice that the beginning and the end are written in prose, but most of the middle section is poetry. Scholars think that the book's prologue and epilogue were added to a much older oral tradition in the 6th century BCE, sandwiching or framing the ancient poetic material. The older poem in the long middle section is basically a long conversation between Job, his friends, and God. And this is where the extended argument between Job and his friends occurs, lasting for 35 chapters. This is also where God blasts Job, cataloging the mighty things that God has done and putting Job in his place. At the moment that Job finally humbles himself and acknowledges God's power and might, the story returns to prose form. It's as if mere narrative can't contain the scope and the weight of Job's internal conflict and God's self-revelation. We need poetry for that. One other bit of context might be helpful. The figure of Satan in the book of Job is not the devil of the New Testament or the serpent who deceives Eve in the Garden of Eden. Over time, the Christian church combined all of these figures into one, but that's not what we have going on in the book of Job. Keeping this in mind is important when we think about the deal that God makes with Satan. God is not making a deal with the devil. Instead, think of Satan in this story as a public prosecutor. His job is to bring people's shortcomings to God's attention. In fact, the original Hebrew word that we commonly translate into the name Satan here is ha-satan, which literally means accuser or prosecutor. This isn't the devil with pitchfork and horns. Instead, Satan is an articulate, intellectually astute figure who roams God's divine court in complete comfort. In effect, Satan is just doing his job as the heavenly prosecutor, pointing out that Job is not altruistic. He actually has many practical reasons to be loyal to God. Nowhere else in the Bible do we see this character, this prosecutor, who eggs God into wagers about the mortals on earth. It's truly a unique dynamic. So now it's time to ask, why has the book of Job held such strong appeal for 25 centuries? I think the answer lies in Job's final words to God. In his last sentences, Job describes his direct encounter with God. He cries out, "Now my eye sees you. Therefore I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes." The same Job who argued with his friends self-righteously about his innocence, who basically dared anyone to show where he had sinned, has done a complete 180. He's been humbled in his encounter with the divine. At the same time, while Job has had to endure God's challenges, he has also enjoyed a profound privilege. Job experienced God directly, face to face. According to the Bible, only a handful of people are granted this intimate contact with God, and they are always his favorites: Moses, Abraham, and David. These men, and they almost always all seem to be men, but that's a conversation for another time. These men, like Job, often don't get the answers they want from God. They see and experience deep suffering and disappointment. And like Job, they often never receive a direct or a satisfactory answer to their questions. Some scholars and religious leaders have tried to fudge this point, but I think it's pretty clear. The real message of the book of Job is that God often fails to answer the direct questions put to him. Instead, God shifts the entire conversation. In effect, God's response to Job and to the reader is, you're not asking the right question. Spend time with me, and you'll see your situation in an entirely different light. Many people have found this so-called answer to the problem of innocent suffering completely unsatisfactory. And in fact, many scholars think that the epilogue to the book was added later as an attempt to end the story on a happy note. As I pointed out earlier, after Job humbles himself, the format of the book shifts back to prose again. God criticizes Job's friends for challenging Job's righteousness, and then he restores Job's fortunes, making Job twice as wealthy as he had been previously. God grants Job new sons and daughters, as well as a long life. It's as if the final editor couldn't bear to have the book end on a dismal note. So he added an uplifting wrap-up, suggesting indirectly that God is finally rewarding Job for his righteousness. You can practically hear the inspirational music swelling in the background. However, I think it's a mistake to interpret the blessings given at the end of the book as some kind of reward for Job's righteousness or for his extreme suffering. The book never challenges the idea that Job is righteous. In fact, God's final rebuke to Job's friends suggests that God considers Job a righteous man, as he had stated previously and repeatedly to Satan. And the book never suggests that suffering will eventually be rewarded. Instead, the book of Job suggests that righteousness is beside the point when it comes to suffering. Job's righteousness is no protection from suffering. In fact, the book of Job seems to teach explicitly that suffering should not be explained as punishment for sin. Suffering is not a punishment for doing wrong. It's just part of the human condition. The moral of the story, it turns out, really has nothing much to do with righteousness or suffering at all. God's response to Job's tirade is to pose his own question, which is basically, who do you think you are? Now, I don't mean this as a snide remark or a rhetorical question. We are really meant, I believe, to take God's question seriously, to ask ourselves, who am I really in the grand scheme of things? What right do I have to expect happiness and contentment in my life? And what am I truly capable of understanding about my place in the cosmos? The answers are humbling and even a little bit unnerving. The version we have of the book of Job was crafted by a community whose cultural, religious, and political heart had been attacked and razed to the ground. It felt like New York City after 9/11 to New Yorkers. In the wake of this disaster, these people who had lived centuries ago wrestled with the terrible things that had happened to them, and they searched for reasons. The question of why bad things happen to good people is a common concern across human cultures. Theology answers these questions with doctrines, but mythology answers these questions with stories, and these stories put a human face on the experience of suffering. For example, in a later lecture, we'll see that one Buddhist myth suggests that the way to deal with suffering is not to expect any compensation or restitution. Instead, the story teaches that we must shift our perspective to understand that everyone suffers. We're not alone. A measure of comfort comes from knowing we're not alone. In the story of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh's suffering is part and parcel of becoming human, in contrast to the tyrannical egomaniac he started out as in the beginning of the story. In Gilgamesh's world, the gods often directly cause human suffering, and they're certainly not too interested in explaining why or how to overcome it. Gilgamesh is left to make sense of the suffering he sees and experiences by himself. Mythologies centered on the questions of suffering continue to be relevant today. Many of us have had to try to make sense of personal tragedies, and we've all struggled to find meaning in public, communal tragedies, such as natural disasters, large-scale accidents, and acts of terrorism. Job goes right to the heart of the matter, asking if we should understand moments of human suffering as a punishment for bad behavior. And the book of Job's answer to this question is a resounding no. As we've seen, the book doesn't offer a clear alternative explanation. In fact, Job doesn't really offer closure of any kind. I like this about the book. Instead, the book makes a bold move, challenging the very act of asking questions. The book of Job shifts the foundation underneath us, pushing a thoughtful reader to shift her entire perspective on the question of suffering. It draws a line in the sand between two schools of thought. The first school, represented by Job's friends, wants an easy, straightforward explanation for suffering. And one easy answer is that suffering is punishment for human sin. And for centuries, this explanation has been accepted by lots of people. The second school, represented by Job's character, especially in his direct encounter with God, rejects this explanation. In this second approach, human suffering can't be explained by sin. In fact, suffering isn't even the focus of the conversation anymore. Instead, God is the focus. God metaphorically shakes Job up, stopping him from navel-gazing and making Job look directly into the eyes of the God of the universe. Now, if that isn't enough to shift your perspective, nothing is. The book of Job's response to the problem of suffering isn't for everyone. Over the years, I've taught the book of Job to hundreds of students, and they always become deeply unsettled as we work our way through the story. By the end, they are literally squirming in their seats. They can't wait to argue with me. But then I point out that we are having the very same arguments that Job and his friends had. And my students walk out of the classroom door really unhappy about that. But they also walk out the door thinking hard about the book of Job and about the complicated nature of humanity's role in the universe. And they never forget this book. Let me close with one final image. In 1969, humanity was given its first glimpse of Earth from the moon, a finite blue planet in a seemingly infinite sea of black. Details disappeared, and our understanding of the scale of human experience shifted. As science has advanced, we've been able to see our planet from much further distances, lost among other planets and stars in the vast Milky Way. Over the centuries, we've constantly had to relinquish the illusion of being at the center of things. Our country isn't at the center of a flat Earth. Our Earth isn't at the center of the galaxy. And our galaxy isn't even at the center of the universe. The book of Job offers a narrative equivalent of this galactic shift in perspective. The book forces us to look at the world from a different perspective and to frame our individual and communal experiences in a different way. And that is exactly what mythology does. It reframes our day-to-day existence, providing meaning where previously there was none. Job and other books like Job resituate the human experience, pulling back from a close-up shot focused on me, and zooming back for a panoramic shot of the entire cosmos from the divine point of view. With this cosmic perspective in mind, the book challenges us to rethink how we imagine our place in the world and the questions we ask in life. Now, this is uncomfortable, I know. Job gets under your skin each time you read it. But that, I believe, is precisely the reason that Job continues to command our attention, not just as a religious story, but as a timeless story about our human experience. Not because it answers our questions, but because it dares us to ask entirely new ones.
This lecture is titled, The Great Indian Epics.
The famous 20th century Indian writer R.K. Narayan once said that every Indian, regardless of age, education, social status, or outlook on life, knows the storyline of the Ramayana and adores its leading characters. The same could be said of the great epic, the Mahabharata. Today we'll focus on these two great epics of Indian culture, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. These grand stories are comparable to the Iliad and the Odyssey. They record stories of individual gods and heroes who are special to the people of India. People name their children after these characters out of respect. In addition, specific cities and regions of India feature prominently in the epics. So these stories provide a kind of sacred national narrative as well. The Ramayana and the Mahabharata have cultural, religious, national, and social significance. And you can't fully appreciate Indian history and contemporary culture without knowing at least a little bit about these myths. Both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata began as oral traditions, and they evolved over several centuries. What we have today is a collection of stories that evolved over roughly 800 years, between 400 BCE and 400 CE. They can be a bit hard to follow because they seem to wander all over the place. And this is because they probably originated as hundreds of distinct local folk tales and tribal histories. Over time, individual stories were absorbed into one gigantic story tradition. It's helpful to think of each epic as having one dominant narrative, a kind of frame, onto which hundreds of smaller stories have been grafted. These stories depict a world in which gods and humans interact with one another, and in which hero kings establish social order, one of the primary values of these texts. Most importantly, they also present a relatively new deity, Vishnu, as the primary deity in a polytheistic world, but we'll talk more about that later. We'll focus on the dominant narratives in this lecture series, but be aware that half the fun of these epics comes from the shorter stories that have been grafted onto them, many of which have nothing to do with the main storyline. For example, the Mahabharata includes the story of Savitri, who persuades Yama, the god of death, to restore her dead husband back to life. In the story, Savitri performs great austerities, and she follows her husband into the realm of the dead in order to plead his cause to Yama. She's the perfect model of a devoted and pure wife. Her husband is restored to life with his head in her lap, as if he has simply awakened from sleep. Savitri and her husband never appear in the epic again. Secondary stories like this one are important, however, because they reveal a great deal about the social structures, worldviews, religious practices, and folk traditions of ancient India. And both the epics offer a treasure trove of information. In addition, the shorter stories are also great entertainment. Remember that the epics were designed to be performed orally by ancient storytellers, Indian bards, if you will. They had to entertain broad audiences. Think of them like Shakespearean plays. You want to include lofty ideals and sophisticated language for Queen Elizabeth to appreciate from her royal box, but you have to include some bawdy humor, slapstick comedy, and action scenes for the folks in the cheap seats. We begin with the Ramayana. The Ramayana has one dominant storyline. Ram, born to be king of Ayodhya, an ancient town in northern India, faces a series of challenges. The title reflects this. Ramayana literally means the doings or goings of Ram. So the epic focuses on Ram's activities and journeys. These adventures provide the backdrop for an extended morality tale about the Hindu virtue of obedience to one's duty or dharma. All the heroes and heroines of the story handle difficulties by following their socially prescribed roles. As a result, the epic is an entertaining way of teaching how ideal husbands, wives, brothers, kings, and loyal friends ought to behave. The opening of the epic sets the stage. Dasharatha, a king of Ayodhya, performs a traditional fire sacrifice in order to ask the gods for a son who can inherit his throne. The myth states that the god Vishnu decides to be born as this son so that he can battle the evil demon Ravana. The king's son, Ram, is born. And in the beginning, all seems to go well. At the age of 16, a number of perfection in Hindu mythology, Ram and his half-brother Lakshmana battle the demoness Rakshasi Tataka and defeat her, but only momentarily. Throughout the Ramayana, the demon Ravana opposes Ram, and the main arc of the story involves Ram and Ravana's ongoing conflict with one another. As a young man, Ram triumphs again. King Janaka, father of the beautiful princess Sita, holds a contest to determine who will win Sita's hand in marriage. The king brings out an enormous bow, a gift to him from the god Shiva. The king declares that whoever can string and then shoot an arrow from this bow can marry Sita. Many men try, but only Ram is able to use the bow. In fact, he's so strong that he breaks it. Ram wins Sita as his wife and brings her back home to Ayodhya. Ram is established as the perfect man and the presumptive king, but then his life becomes more difficult. Just as Ram's father is about to place him on the throne, one of the king's wives, the evil Kaikeyi, reminds the king that he had promised to grant her 2 boons or favors whenever she desired, and she collects on that promise. First, she demands that her son, Bharata, be placed on the throne instead of Ram. Second, she demands that the king send Ram into exile in the forest for 14 years. And here we see a series of events meant to be instructive for the reader. First, the king keeps his promise to Kaikeyi. As a king, he's bound by his word, even when it goes against his personal desires. Next, Ram agrees to depart without argument or resistance. He submits to the will of his king, to the will of his father, with complete obedience. And he'll display this obedience to duty throughout the epic. Next, Ram's wife, Sita, and his half-brother Lakshmana declare that they will follow Ram into exile. Like Ram, they are following their duties as wife and brother. And finally, Kaikeyi's son and Ram's half-brother Bharata, who has been forced to become king during Ram's exile, refuses to sit on the throne. Instead, he places Ram's sandals on the throne and pledges to rule only as Ram's regent during the exile period. In all of these cases, the heroes of the story follow their dharma, the Sanskrit term for their duty, as prescribed by their social station and their family relationships. And in doing this, they model appropriate behavior for the audience. Dharma at this human level is understood to be inherently connected to the balance and the order of the universe, which makes following all the more important. The rest of the story is dominated by one last lengthy crisis. The demon Ravana kidnaps Sita, and Ram and his brother have to rescue her. They end up enlisting the help of Hanuman, the general of an army of monkeys. The presence of skilled, articulate animals in the story isn't unusual. The Ramayana is filled with unusual creatures and common animals with remarkable abilities. These creatures interact comfortably with the human characters, and they often play pivotal roles in the storylines. For example, Hanuman, the monkey general, has specific magical powers, including the powers to fly and the ability to shrink and enlarge his body. These abilities allow Hanuman to cross over a large body of water, whereupon he discovers that Ravana is keeping Sita on the island of Lanka. Hanuman is captured by Ravana's soldiers, and as a punishment and humiliation, his monkey tail is set on fire. However, Hanuman devises an escape, and he returns quickly to tell Ram where his beloved Sita has been held. Meanwhile, Sita is being seduced by Ravana, who desires her for his own. Now, Ravana cannot simply take her by force, because an ancient curse made it impossible for him to take a woman by force. He would die in the instant that he tried. So Ravana tries over and over again to convince Sita to give herself to him. However, Sita remains faithful to her husband, repelling his advances and refusing to succumb to the threats of his demon tormentors. Eventually, guided by Hanuman's information, Ram comes to Sita's rescue. He engages in one final fierce battle with Ravana and defeats him once and for all. One famous abridged version of the story, crafted by R.K. Narayan, states that Ram, praying and worshipping, brought out his most fearsome weapon, the Ramastra, a mighty bow and arrow crafted by the creator god Rama. This weapon was only to be used when all other weapons had failed. Ram invoked its greatest power and then sent an arrow flying toward Ravana. The arrow pierced Ravana's heart and he died. Ram's triumph over Ravana was finally complete. And by the end of the epic, Ram has been restored to his rightful place on the throne in Ayodhya. The Ramayana is 25,000 couplets long, which makes it about 1.5 times the length of the Christian Bible. It focuses on the hero Ram as an avatar, an incarnation of the god Vishnu. In this incarnation, Vishnu appears as the embodiment of righteousness. According to tradition, the story is understood to have occurred in the Treta Yuga, the second age, which came 2 ages before the age in which we currently live. This is important for understanding the traditional significance of the Ramayana. According to classical Indian thought, there are 4 ages of existence. The first age, the Satya Yuga, has already passed. It was an age of perfection, in which humanity understands the true nature of the universe, and Dharma, the balance and the order of the universe, is upheld perfectly. The Treta Yuga, the second age, is imperfect, and Dharma exists imperfectly. In this stage, the god Vishnu incarnates in several forms, including the form of Ram, our epic hero. Now, somewhat confusingly, this second age is called Treta, meaning 3, because the mythical Dharma bull, who symbolizes order in the world, balances on 3 legs instead of all 4 during this period, a kind of visual metaphor for a slightly off-balance universe. The third age is the Dvapara Yuga, during which purity continues to decline. Our current age is the 4th and final age, the Kali Yuga, in which there is great disorder and dharmic upheaval. It is an age of great immorality. The Ramayana, the story of the god Vishnu in the form of Ram, is set in the Treta Yuga, the second age, a slightly unbalanced, immoral age, but not nearly as immoral as our current age. And because of this, the Ramayana carries a certain moral weight. Even though it's believed to have grown out of oral tradition, the Ramayana is traditionally said to have been written by Valmiki, who is considered the original creator of epic poetry in India. It was not written primarily as a religious poem, but rather as a hero poem along the lines of the Iliad and the Odyssey. However, this heroic poem is set in a specific religious setting. The Ramayana is polytheistic, and it encourages worship of the gods with traditional sacrifice. The story is populated with semi-divine animals, such as the monkeys, as well as animated trees, rivers, and other non-human creatures, all of whom interact with humans very naturally. The poem doesn't discuss the familiar concepts of karma and reincarnation, the notions that souls are reborn according to their karma, that is, according to the good or the bad deeds they performed in previous lives. These concepts are more fully developed in other texts. Instead, the Ramayana is focused largely on this world, specifically on socially required roles and responsibilities. The major events in the story take place in Kosala, an ancient kingdom in northern India where the poet Valmiki is said to have lived. And we can match some of the sites of other events in the story to actual cities in modern India. As a result, some scholars believe that the dominant narrative in the story probably has ancient historical roots. The Ramayana was first written down in Sanskrit between the 5th to the 4th centuries BCE. But the storyline continued to evolve for hundreds of years, and the tale spread geographically to various cultural communities. As a result, different versions of the Ramayana appear in every language in India. In addition, we also have Cambodian, Indonesian, Filipino, Thai, Burmese, and Malaysian versions. One final detail in the storyline deserves some attention. Now, the epic makes it clear that Sita never submitted to Ravana's seductions while she was held captive. But when she returns to Ram, her husband surprises her by questioning her chastity. He declares, "When Ravana saw your captivating divine body, he would not have held back for long when you were dwelling in his own house." Everyone who witnesses Ram's statement is stunned by this, and Sita is shamed. She orders Lakshmana, Ram's brother, to build a fire, which he does reluctantly. And Sita steps into the flames and utters an oath, declaring, "As my heart never wavered from Ram, so may the fire, the witness of all people, protect me." In effect, she's daring the flames to burn her alive if she succumbed to Ravana. Instead, the flames leave her completely unharmed, and the god of fire, Agni, appears and rests Sita in Ram's lap, declaring that she is pure. This public trial of fire is taken as a miraculous public sign of Sita's chastity, and she's finally reunited with Ram. At this point, Ram declares that he never really doubted Sita's chastity, but he needed some kind of public demonstration of her loyalty and purity for the sake of the people. Now, needless to say, many contemporary readers have problems with this storyline because of its sexism. We should also note that this story has been read allegorically. In this interpretation, Ram is the god Vishnu, and Sita represents the dedicated devotee who resists attempts to be lured away. Sita's sexual purity represents purity of devotion on the part of the devotee. Hanuman, the general of the monkey army, is also seen as a model of undivided loyalty. Hanuman is frequently pictured with his hands ripping his chest open, revealing Ram, or sometimes Ram and Sita, actually seated in his heart. And this is a sign of Hanuman's complete dedication to Vishnu in his incarnation as Ram. The Ramayana, then, is fundamentally a role model story. The protagonists model how we should behave on two levels. First, they demonstrate how to live in accordance with one's responsibilities as determined by one's social status. Second, they offer allegorical representations of true devotion to the Lord Vishnu in his incarnation as Ram. Finally, the Ramayana offers a glimpse of a better age, an age of perfect harmony between rulers and their subjects. According to tradition, Ram ruled from his throne in Ayodhya for 11,000 years. During this time, men lived in perfect harmony with one another, committing no sin. When Ram was king, he would often walk the streets disguised as a common man in order to understand his subjects' concerns better, and he would govern with their needs in mind. The natural world reflected the harmony of this age. There was no illness or pain or disease. The Ramayana acts like a window, offering a view of the world as it should be, as it used to be in a better time. If the Ramayana is a window looking back on a better age, then the Mahabharata is a mirror reflecting the world of this age, warts and all. The dominant storyline focuses on a set of brothers, the 5 sons of Pandu, also known as the Pandavas. Now, these are the good guys in the story. They have to contend with a clan of 100 men known as the Kauravas, and these are the Pandavas' cousins as well as the bad guys of the story. And they're determined to take over the Pandavas' kingdom. Whereas Ram, Sita, and Lakshmana are perfect role models, the Pandava brothers are decidedly imperfect. The entire story, which takes place in northern India in the ancient land of Bharat, unfolds because of one brother's gambling problem. That brother, Yudhishthira, agrees to play dice with a well-known cheater in a game prompted by the evil king Duryodhana, a Kaurava. Duryodhana becomes overwhelmingly jealous of all that the Pandava brothers own, and he seeks to take away all of their riches and their power. Yudhishthira keeps gambling, even though he loses over and over, eventually wagering his own brothers and even his own wife. Even when he's given the opportunity to walk away with everything restored, he can't resist just one more throw of the dice. This last throw is what sends his entire family into exile for 12 long years. The rest of the story involves the Pandava brothers' attempts to take back their kingdom from the Kauravas. Now, this summary, of course, is a gross oversimplification. The Mahabharata is a rich, complex, layered story, including thousands of short tales, as well as an epic-scale dominant narrative. Traditionally, the Mahabharata is said to have been dictated by the great ancient sage Vyasa, who is also credited with writing down the Vedas, the most important Hindu sacred texts. Scholars think that the Mahabharata probably grew out of a moment in ancient Indian history, a major battle that occurred probably around 1500 BCE at Kurukshetra in northern India, not too far from present-day New Delhi. The work is over 100,000 couplets long, 6 times the length of the Christian Bible. Countless translations and adaptations of the epic exist, and there are some well-known film and television versions. The most famous are a 1980s television miniseries that aired throughout India and a 5-hour English language movie version produced in 1989. Like the Ramayana, the Mahabharata includes fascinating characters, including humans, gods, demons, spirits, talking animals, and other mythical creatures. For example, the epic describes the Siddhas, the realized or perfected ones, human beings who have attained liberation. They are perfect and blessed spirits who dwell far away to the north in a sacred land called Uttarakuru. The epic also introduces new, or at least revised, characters into Indian mythology. For example, Ganesh, the famous elephant-headed god, first appears in his present form in the Mahabharata. According to tradition, Ganesh, who looked like a regular boy originally, was asked by his mother, Parvati, to guard the door to her bath. While she was bathing, her husband Shiva came to see her. But Ganesh blocked the door, guarding his mother's privacy as he was asked. In a fit of anger, Shiva chopped off the boy's head. Parvati demanded that Shiva replace the head, but Shiva couldn't find the original boy's head, so he took the head from a nearby passing elephant and put it on Ganesha's neck. From that time forward, Ganesh has had a boy's body, but an elephant's head. In the Mahabharata, Ganesh is presented as the Lord of Letters, the one who actually writes down the text of the story as Vyasa dictates it to him. In addition, the Mahabharata offers one of the earliest presentations of Krishna as the 8th incarnation of Vishnu. I noted earlier that in the Treta Yuga, the second age of existence, Vishnu appears in several different forms, including the form of Ram. In the next age, the Dvapara Yuga, Vishnu appears in several other forms, including the form of Krishna, a powerful warrior and a wise counselor. Krishna also appears in other stories, but in the Mahabharata he plays a distinctive role. He acts as a protector for Draupadi, the joint wife of the Pandava brothers. Now, this was unusual. In another story, we're told that Shiva decided to give Draupadi 5 husbands, because he could not provide all the qualities she looked for in a husband in one man. At one point in the Mahabharata, the evil Duryodhana tries to have the beautiful Draupadi disrobed in front of her husbands and all of Duryodhana's court, shaming her. His henchman begins to unwind her sari from around her body, and Draupadi prays to Krishna for protection. Magically, the sari continues to unwind without ever coming to an end. Hundreds of yards of fabric fall from her body, but miraculously, she stays covered. Draupadi credits Krishna with protecting her honor. Krishna refuses to take sides in the war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. Both Duryodhana and Arjuna, one of the Pandava brothers and the leading warrior for the clan, come to request Krishna's aid in the coming war. Krishna offers one side his personal advice and counsel in the upcoming war, and the other side all his wealth, armies, horses, and chariots. Arjuna chooses first, and he chooses to have Krishna by his side. Duryodhana is elated because he will receive Krishna's armies and weapons. Well, Arjuna, of course, has made the better choice. And this encounter reveals the fact that Duryodhana doesn't truly appreciate who Krishna is. In our next lecture, we'll explore the Bhagavad Gita, a portion of the Mahabharata that's centered on the relationship between Arjuna and Krishna. For now, suffice it to say that Krishna is instrumental in making sure that Arjuna and the rest of the Pandava brothers triumph over the Kauravas. By the end of the Mahabharata, the Pandavas have been restored to their rightful place as rulers in the land. It's also clear that Krishna is a mighty god, one who can give practical aid and spiritual wisdom to his devotees. In many ways, the Mahabharata is more realistic than the Ramayana. Ram comes out of his trials virtually unchanged. He's the same God-man, the model warrior king. I always think of him as a bit two-dimensional, sort of like Prince Charming in a fairy tale. At first glance, he looks pretty good, but then you begin to suspect that there's not a lot of depth there. The Mahabharata is different. Even though the Pandava brothers are victorious in the end, their victory has a price. Both sides behave dishonorably during the war, and by the end of the war, thousands have been slaughtered. Only a handful of warriors survive. The characters in the Mahabharata, especially Krishna and Arjuna, are rich and complex. They're changed by the events they undergo, and you suspect that they will carry permanent scars into the future from their experiences. Both the Ramayana and the Mahabharata pervade the culture of India. R.K. Narayan loved the fact that the stories appear everywhere, from kids' comic books to fancy dance and stage performances. You could say that these stories are in the cultural bloodstream of India, and they fuel Indian life on a number of levels. First, these stories helped usher in a new religious approach. It's common to think of India as a polytheistic culture, focused on home and temple-based worship of multiple deities. But this wasn't always the case. Before the epic period, other religious traditions were popular, particularly sacrifice and rigorous meditative practices. Now, these were elitist traditions, appealing to small segments of the population. With the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, a kind of populist devotionalism began to spread. By the time the final versions of these epics were complete, around 400 CE, the private and communal devotional practices we now commonly associate with Indian religion were in full swing, and the Ramayana and the Mahabharata played a significant part in this process. They encouraged worship of the gods, and they taught audiences to depend on gods and goddesses to help with the difficulties of everyday life, as well as to achieve ultimate spiritual liberation. In many ways, they parallel Greek mythology here, recording stories of the gods' activities and encouraging individuals to worship them. The ancient mythology theology presented in the Mahabharata has ongoing impact in modern Indian life. In addition, the epics have also been used for political purposes. References to the Ramayana in particular appeal to nostalgia for an India gone by. Both epics have been invoked by Indian political and religious factions to support specific political and social agendas, and they occasionally get used as propaganda in conflicts between Muslims and Hindus in India. For example, the Ramayana states that Ram was born in the city of Ayodhya in northern India. During the 16th century, a Mughal emperor built a mosque on the site traditionally viewed as Ram's birthplace in this city. For centuries, this wasn't a problem. Hindus and Muslims set aside specific, distinct places for their worship in the mosque, and they coexisted relatively peacefully. In 1949, consecrated images of Hindu gods were even placed inside this mosque. But in 1992, a political movement led by a conservative Hindu political group led to an attack on this mosque as part of an effort to reclaim this site as Ram's birthplace, based on the Ramayana story. The mosque was completely destroyed, and to this day, Hindu conservatives have successfully blocked its reconstruction. In this case, an ancient myth was invoked to achieve political ends. And this was effective only because the myth itself was still known, beloved, and powerful in the Indian context. Myths then not only reflect the social and political contexts out of which they come, they can also be deployed in new contexts to achieve new political results. Finally, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata have influenced Indian poetry and literature. It's impossible to overstate how much these stories pervade Indian culture and daily life. They're like the King James Bible and Shakespeare in English literature. You simply can't have a complete understanding of Indian poetry, drama, or literature without knowing the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. As the ancient storyteller declares at the beginning of the Ramayana, poets have told it before, poets are telling it now, and other poets shall tell this history on earth in the future. Fine words adorn it with usages human and divine. It is the delight of the learned.
This lecture is titled, The Bhagavad Gita.
As we discussed in the last lecture, the Indian epic known as the Mahabharata focuses on two extended family clans, the Pandavas and the Kauravas, who meet on the field of battle. The text known as the Bhagavad Gita records the moment just before that battle begins. The Bhagavad Gita, also known just as the Gita, captures a quiet moment before the storm, a brief moment of hesitation before the hero Arjuna leads his brothers and his army into war. It appears in the 6th section of the Mahabharata, but most scholars believe it originated as a completely independent text, probably around 200 BCE. Over time, it was incorporated into the Mahabharata, but it still stands on its own as a complete text, and you can buy copies of the Gita separate from the Mahabharata. The Bhagavad Gita is tremendously important in Hindu culture. Because it is so multifaceted and so popular as a story, the Gita has significance in Indian mythology and philosophy quite apart from its place in the Mahabharata. It's probably the best-known piece of Indian literature, both inside and outside of India. And it's had a profound effect on world leaders such as Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. In this lecture, we're going to focus on the Gita itself. First, let's consider the storyline. The Gita opens with a request. The blind king Dhritarashtra asks Sanjaya, a gifted seer, to describe the army's gathering on Kurukshetra, the field of Kuru. These armies are extended clans gathering for an epic conflict that has been building for decades. Sanjaya describes this scene to Dhritarashtra, who is the father of Duryodhana, one of the army's leaders, as well as the 100 Kurus assembled for battle. Sanjaya has a special ability to see everything going on at all points on the battlefield. Vyasa, who is both the author of the Mahabharata and a character in the story, explains that Sanjaya will see everything taking place during day or night, in public or in secret. Virtually all of the rest of the Gita is Sanjaya's account of the battle scene as described to Dhritarashtra. The opening of the Gita is sort of like a zoom in from a movie. We start far away from the action on a distant mountaintop with Vyasa, Sanjaya, and Dhritarashtra. As Sanjaya begins to describe what he sees, we zoom in on the armies gathering on the battlefield. Imagine, if you're familiar with them, the moments before the battles begin in Mel Gibson movies like Braveheart or The Patriot. Sanjaya describes the qualities of each famous warrior present, his armor and his weapons, the sounds of the army's horns and the drums. And then he zeroes in on Arjuna, one of the Pandava brothers. He and his brothers are the good guys. They've been forced to wage war to reclaim their rightful homeland. And then suddenly, everything and everyone else seems to disappear. Arjuna is in crisis, and the rest of the world, all its sights and its sounds, fade away. The rest of the Gita, almost 18 chapters and 700 verses, describes Arjuna's conversation with Krishna, his right-hand man. Remember that Krishna is an incarnation of Vishnu, but at this point in the story, Krishna is simply acting as Arjuna's military aide and as a wise counselor. Arjuna is faced with a seemingly insurmountable problem. As a warrior, his duty, his dharma, is to fight. By virtue of his identity as a warrior king, he should charge ahead into war without a moment's hesitation. However, as he looks over the battlefield at the opposing army, he sees the faces of the Kaurava army, who are his relatives as well as his enemies. And he's thrown into a moral crisis as he faces the prospect of slaughtering his own kinsmen. He cries out, "Brothers, fathers-in-law, sons-in-law, elders, and friends, shall I kill them all? Even if they are guilty, we will become guilty ourselves by killing them. What peace can come from that?" Arjuna is facing the ultimate dilemma from an ancient Indian leader's perspective. Do I fulfill my dharma and lead men into battle, even if it means killing my own kinsmen? Or do I do my duty as a kinsman, showing honor and reverence to my male relatives, but set aside my duty as a warrior? Arjuna is paralyzed into inaction. Arjuna turns to his closest companion, his chariot driver and his second in command, Krishna, and he consults him. Krishna, of course, is also a god incarnate, and Arjuna knows this, but at this point in the story, Arjuna hasn't seen Krishna's full glory and power. So he consults Krishna as a trusted advisor and a good friend. Krishna's answer to Arjuna's initial question about what to do leads to a back-and-forth conversation. Arjuna asks a question, Krishna answers, and then Arjuna follows up with another question. The heart of the Gita is in this conversation. Now, this may not sound very exciting. My students always get a little disheartened when I tell them that the Gita is basically 18 chapters of conversation with no real action. But the genius of the Gita is that it manages to present an intense philosophical conversation at the same time that it advances a story about an epic conflict between extended family clans on the brink of battle. And it culminates in a dramatic Hollywood special effects theological revelation. Back to our story. Arjuna falls to his chariot seat in despair after describing the crisis he's facing. And Krishna responds basically by saying, "Get over it, buck up." Not the most sympathetic response in the world. Arjuna becomes even more depressed, seemingly settling into a deep funk. And you get the sense that Krishna realizes he's in for a long conversation. Krishna's subsequent response to Arjuna involves several crucial points, which make up the philosophical teaching of the Gita. First, Krishna focuses specifically on the act of killing. He states that nothing ever actually dies. He says, "Never have I not existed, nor you, nor these kings, and never in the future shall we cease to exist." Indestructible is the presence that pervades all of this. No one can destroy this unchanging reality. it becomes clear that Krishna is describing the true self, the Atman, the Hindu term for the soul, which is believed to be eternal, never dying. The body, the part of us that dies, is different from one's true soul or self. He says, our bodies are known to end, but the embodied self is enduring, indestructible, and immeasurable. Krishna goes on to compare the body to a piece of clothing. He says, as a man discards worn-out clothes to put on new and different ones, so the embodied self discards its worn-out bodies to take on new ones. Here we have a clear statement of the concept of reincarnation. Krishna is explaining that although our body dies, our true self will live on and take on a new body. And for this reason, Arjuna should not be concerned with the death of his enemies' bodies. This is one of the themes of the Bhagavad Gita that has really struck Westerners over the centuries. The Gita's understanding that our Atman, or our self, is distinct from the body, that the self lives on after death and is reborn in another body, is classic Hindu ontology. And the notion that the actions we perform have cosmic consequences, the notion of karma, is also fundamental to Hindu thought. As I mentioned in our last lecture, karma, at its most basic, assumes that living beings are reincarnated and that the actions we perform in this life have an impact on subsequent lives. If I treat you badly today, I may not suffer the consequences in this lifetime, but you can be sure that I'll reap the consequences at some point or another in some later lifetime. The Gita assumes this worldview. Krishna also says that even though Arjuna claims that he refuses to act by refusing to take up arms against his kinsmen, there really is no such thing as inaction. Krishna says, no one exists for even an instant without performing action. However unwilling, every being is forced to act by the qualities of nature. The choice not to act is an action in itself. There are consequences to doing nothing, just as there are consequences to doing something. And even when we sit and do nothing, we breathe, we age, we think. In addition, Krishna encourages Arjuna to act, but not to be invested in the results of his action. Now, this is a subtle point. Krishna is encouraging Arjuna to fight in the war, but at the same time, he cautions Arjuna not to become caught up in the results of that war. He says, be intent on action, not on the fruits of action. Perform actions, firm in discipline, relinquishing attachment. Be impartial to failure and success. This equanimity is called discipline. The climax of the conversation occurs when Arjuna asks what the purpose of action is, if not to obtain results. Krishna responds by telling Arjuna that he should perform his actions as a sacrifice to Lord Krishna himself, the Lord of the universe. He declares, I am the sacrifice. I am the universal Father. I am the way, the sustainer, the Lord, the witness, shelter, refuge, friend, source, dissolution, stability, treasure, and unchanging seed. I am immortality and death, both being and non-being am I. I am time grown old, creating world destruction. Then, in a dramatic moment, Krishna reveals himself in all his power and glory to Arjuna. Arjuna describes what he sees as fiery rays, a measureless presence, with the moon and the sun in his eyes. Arjuna also calls Krishna Vishnu at this moment, suggesting that he's seeing the God when he's unfettered by a human incarnational form. Arjuna, trembling, prostrates himself before the full manifest Vishnu and begs to see him in his familiar form as Krishna, in the human form that doesn't terrify him. This moment of self-revelation always reminds me of several similar moments in Western literature. I think of God thundering at Job out of the whirlwind, reminding Job that God was present at the foundation of the world. I think of God revealing his glory to Moses on the mountaintop at Mount Sinai, turning Moses' hair white and causing his face to shine. And I think of Jesus transfigured on the mountaintop before his disciples. This is a common motif in world religious mythology, the idea that we mere mortals can't handle the full power and glory of the gods. On a few rare occasions, however, special men and women are given a glimpse. Arjuna's glimpse of Krishna's full manifestation as the Lord of the cosmos causes him to declare his loyalty, and he promises devotion. After a bit more conversation, Arjuna arises. He declares, "I stand here, my doubt dispelled, ready to act on your words." And as the Gita comes to an end, we know that Arjuna is ready to lead his men into battle. Well, this is the basic storyline of the Gita, but there is so much more going on, so let's take it layer by layer. First, as I mentioned, the Gita is a moment in the larger story of the Mahabharata. Based on his conversation with Krishna, Arjuna fights the war and the Pandava brothers triumph, which is as it should be. The Pandavas are the good guys in this epic. Second, the Gita is a devotional story. By the end of the conversation, it's clear that Krishna is the supreme Lord of the universe, and he deserves our full obedience and worship. And here I do mean Krishna specifically as a particular avatar or incarnation of Vishnu. The Gita encouraged devotion to this particular avatar of Vishnu, and a stream of devotionalism to Krishna persists to this day. We can't take this for granted. The stream of Hinduism that focuses on the worship of gods truly came into its own during the period that the Gita and the other epics developed. Within this polytheistic tradition, certain communities chose to emphasize one supreme god over others. Some chose forms of Shiva, others chose avatars of Vishnu, and others focused on forms of the goddess. The Bhagavad Gita puts us squarely in Krishna's camp, encouraging worship of a specific deity in a specific avatar or incarnation. Read from this perspective, Arjuna represents the ultimate devotee, and he asks for the ultimate favor, to see Krishna in his true form, and Krishna agrees. Krishna shows Arjuna galaxies without end, spinning in and out of existence. Arjuna sees trillions and trillions of souls trapped in samsara, the cycle of death, birth, and rebirth. This is overwhelming for Arjuna, so he begs Krishna to stop, and Krishna does. Then he encourages Arjuna to surrender everything to him. This is the only effective way to bear the truth of the universe. This is what every true devotee should desire, intimate knowledge of the God's true nature. But one only receives this when one completely surrenders all actions to Krishna. Third, however, the Gita can be read as a general guide for life that encourages us to fulfill our duty as dictated by our social status. So let me introduce you to another Sanskrit word here, Varnashrama Dharma. Varnashrama Dharma refers to our duty, dharma, as dictated by our social class, varna, and our life stage, ashrama. This is a crucial point. The Gita doesn't teach that we all have the same duty. Instead, it argues that we each have distinct responsibilities based on our gender, our social responsibilities, and our stage in life. For example, my responsibilities are determined for me based on the fact that I'm married, I have children, I have a job, and I'm a woman. In 20 more years, however, when I'm retired and my children are grown and out of the house, God willing, my Varnashrama Dharma will be different. According to the Gita, Arjuna, quite understandably, believes that it's his duty to lead men into battle. However, other men and women have different dharmas. Krishna teaches that we should act as dictated by our duty or our dharma. We are instructed to perform actions intrinsic to our own being. In fact, the Gita goes so far as to state that it is better to do one's own duty imperfectly than to do another man's well. Doing action intrinsic to his being, a man avoids guilt, the text says. For Arjuna, this means that he must act as a warrior and go into battle, embracing his responsibilities as a warrior. But for each of us, it will mean very different things. This point reflects a turning point in Hindu thought generally. Older Indian traditions had argued that you had to perform elaborate sacrifices, live as a monastic, or train for years in meditative practices guided by a teacher in order to obtain spiritual liberation. The Bhagavad Gita rejects all of that. Instead, it promises that if you fulfill your everyday responsibilities and dedicate your actions to Lord Krishna, you've done everything you need to do. So think about this for a minute. The Gita says you don't have to leave your family or your job or drastically change your life in any way. Liberation can be found while fulfilling your earthly, societal, and familial responsibilities. The Gita calls this the path of karma yoga, the discipline, yoga, of action, karma. Performing your ordinary day-to-day duties with a disciplined perspective, that is, without concern with whether or not you'll be rewarded appropriately for your action, dedicating all your efforts to Krishna, that is the path to ultimate liberation. This philosophy appealed to a wide Hindu audience in a way that others could not. The Gita taught that you don't need to go to extremes to achieve liberation. You simply have to do what's right for the sake of doing right alone, without being attached to the results. You leave the results in the hands of Krishna. Now, to be clear, that last step isn't easy. Imagine working as hard as you are working right now, but completely letting go of any investment in the results of your work. You renounce the potential fruits, the results of your actions, trusting everything to God. This is tough to do. But the Gita offers an incredible opportunity to the vast majority of the population. Those who can't leave their work or their families to go meditate on a mountaintop can still experience the same depth of spiritual satisfaction as the special few who can dedicate their entire lives to spiritual practice. That's what the Bhagavad Gita offers. This last philosophical point is fleshed out in the greater epic of the Mahabharata. Arjuna embraces his duty as a warrior, and he does, in fact, lead his extended family into battle. Many men are killed, as he had feared, but the battle is won. The myth dramatizes the philosophical choice in graphic detail, making it tangible, concrete, instead of abstract. Some of you may be aware that the Bhagavad Gita was a special book to Mahatma Gandhi. He led his community in study of this book, and he even produced a translation commentary based on this group study. But when you think about the focus of Arjuna's concerns, this is a bit strange. Gandhi, one of the most prominent proponents of nonviolence, drew inspiration from a book in which the supreme god Krishna convinces Arjuna to go to war. How does that work? The key is that Gandhi reads the Gita metaphorically, spiritually, and for what it's worth, there are a couple of key passages that support him in this. First, in the opening passage, which sets the scene in Kurukshetra, there is a parallel phrase most folks overlook, and here we need to do a little Sanskrit translation. The phrase that is usually translated field of the Kurus is Kurukshetra. Kshetra is the Sanskrit word for field. Well, just after this phrase, we find the phrase Dharma Kshetra. Most English versions translate this as sacred field, but Gandhi reads it more literally as the field of Dharma. In our last lecture, I defined Dharma as balance or order, but in the context of the Gita, it's better understood as one's moral, social, and sacred duty all rolled into one. So when Gandhi reads the phrase field of duty, he understands the field to be the realm of our responsibility according to our station and our stage in life. And he argues that the story of the battle presented in the Gita should be read metaphorically as well. He explains that the battle referred to in the Gita isn't an actual physical battle. It doesn't actually occur on a material, geographic battlefield, but on a spiritual plane, the realm in which we work out our moral, ethical, social, and familial responsibilities each day. In addition, Gandhi points to a later passage at the beginning of section 13 of the Gita, in which the field is likened to the body. This chapter opens with the phrase, "The field denotes this body." Gandhi argues that the field of the Kauravas, the so-called battlefield, isn't a physical geographic field at all. He concludes that the true field of battle is the individual's mind. It's all an internal struggle. We are at war within ourselves, fighting to determine which aspects of natures will win. True victory comes from engaging in this battle, entrusting the fruits, the results of that battle to Krishna. So the ultimate battle is the one we wage with ourselves. If we take a literal approach to the Gita, Arjuna must either fulfill his dharma, his moral and social duty as a warrior, or he must withdraw from battle and fail his brothers and his teachers. If we take a spiritual approach, however, Arjuna does not literally take any lives. Instead, Arjuna is a metaphor for the best aspect of our inner natures. We're constantly at war with ourselves. And like Arjuna, we should be seeking to fulfill our dharma and to find ultimate liberation. His conflict is every well-intentioned man's conflict. Others have been inspired by Gandhi's reading of the Gita, including Martin Luther King Jr. Like Gandhi, they concluded that the Gita was never intended to be used to justify killing or war. Instead, they argued that the true field of battle is internal. Only when we conquer our own desires, our own impulses towards self-preservation and self-satisfaction, can we transform society with non-violent action. Focusing on personal desires, both physical and emotional, runs counter to fulfilling one's dharma. So the key is to let go of all desires. There's one final point I want to make about the structure of the Gita. Most folks focus on the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna that makes up the bulk of the book. But if you zoom out to look at the story as a whole, there's another interesting element. Remember that I told you that the Gita doesn't actually open with Arjuna and with Krishna, but with Sanjaya describing what he sees on the battlefield to Dhritarashtra, the blind king. Well, at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, we return to Sanjaya. He swears to Dhritarashtra that he has accurately described the conversation, and he focuses on Krishna, praising Krishna's teaching and his glory. For Sanjaya, the key element to remember from Arjuna's conversation with Krishna is Krishna himself. Sanjaya talks to the audience as if he were talking to Dhritarashtra. We are, as listeners, put in Dhritarashtra's place. And remember, Dhritarashtra is blind. My argument here is that we, the ones listening to Sanjaya, are meant to imagine ourselves as blind too, spiritually blind. We listen to Sanjaya's description of the conversation between Arjuna and Krishna, and through Arjuna, we're permitted to see Krishna's self-revelation in all his power and glory. We blind kings are given a glimpse of the only thing worthwhile seeing in this world, the Lord Krishna himself. Think of the power of this metaphor. The structure of the Gita is common in Indian literature. One story is nestled in another story, which is nestled in another story, and so on. For example, at the opening of the Gita, we're already enmeshed in the extended story of the clash between the Pandavas and the Kauravas. The blind king Dhritarashtra asks the seer Sanjaya to describe what he sees on the battlefield. Dhritarashtra says, "Sanjaya, tell me what my sons and the sons of Pandu did when they met, eager to battle on the field of Kuru, on the field of sacred duty." Sanjaya, in turn, describes Dhritarashtra's son, Duryodhana, approaching his own teacher, Drona. Sanjaya says, "Your son, Duryodhana, the king, seeing the Pandava forces gathered, approached his teacher Drona and spoke in command." Then Duryodhana speaks, declaring, "My teacher, see the great Pandava army gathered." It's as if each speaker for several layers directs the audience's attention to another, more private conversation, until at last the audience is brought to the most intimate conversation, the one between Arjuna and Krishna. There are lots of historical reasons for this. Nesting techniques allowed storytellers to insert shorter story units into longer, dominant storylines. Also, if a storyteller needed to extend or abbreviate an evening of storytelling entertainment, he could adjust by including or omitting short story units. In this particular case, the opening of the Gita positions the audience within a private, intimate moment. On the surface, it seems that the entire conversation between Arjuna and Krishna is private. No one else is around. We only know what transpired between these two characters because Sanjaya describes it to Dhritarashtra. Now, Dhritarashtra himself remains silent. After he asks Sanjaya to describe what happened on the Dharma field, the field of Kuru, Dhritarashtra doesn't say another word. In effect, we replace him as Sanjaya's audience. Arjuna's last words are meant to be a model for the listener. He declares that trouble and ignorance have been dispelled for him, and the light of truth has come by Krishna's grace. Now he has no more doubt, and from this time forward, he will act according to Krishna's teaching. And now we know why this piece is called the Bhagavad Gita, the Song of the Lord. The entire story, while it begins with thousands of men gathered for battle, is ultimately about one character, the Lord Krishna, and a call to true devotion to him. One more thing. The text of the Gita promises that just reading the Gita provides its own reward. Near the end of the story, Krishna declares, "I judge the one who studies our dialogue on sacred duty as if he had offered me a sacrifice of knowledge. If he listens to this story in faith, that one will be free and will attain the cherished worlds of all who act with virtue." So just imagine that. Just listening to this story produces its own benefits. The Gita is probably the most blatantly philosophical myth we'll come across in this series. And since relatively little action occurs, it's easy to dismiss the story as mythology. But as I've argued previously, I think it's more accurate to expand our understanding of mythology here. The Gita tells us about a deity. It describes a human hero's encounter with God. And it offers insight into humanity's place and purpose in the world. It's a meaning-making story of the highest order, not to mention the single most well-known and influential story in Indian culture. And as such, it belongs in the canon of great world mythologies.
This lecture is titled Stories of the Buddha.